Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey. It's also called TEPAF. And then the discussant giving the commentary is my dear colleague, Ms. Susan Ferguson, who is the country representative for UN Women here in India. So with that, we have 3 hours of SDG 5. I'd like to hand over to the chair.
A very good morning, and I would like to say I'm honored to be chairing this session. SDG goal that is very close to my heart, and also to have 4 women out here, I think it sends the right message. Without wasting much time, I hope the participants here will have a wonderful session, many takeaways. So I would like to begin by asking Ms. Frida to begin with her introduction, her introduction on SDG 5 presentation.
Oh, it's working. Good morning, everyone. It's an early session, so very good to see that many people are here. I want to start by thanking ESCAP for having me do this presentation, and thank you very much. So moving on, welcome to our session on gender equality and progress towards achieving the related sustainable development goals in the South and Southwest Asia region. So I want to outline my presentation and start by highlighting some of the positive developments, and then some of the areas that require special attention when it comes to gender equality. So some of the positive developments is that we see there has been progress in areas such as satisfaction with family planning methods. We observe that there have been declining fertility rates in countries over the decades. Also, since 2015, according to some indicators, satisfaction with modern family methods have been improving. There has been progress. Education gaps have also been closing since 2015, when the SDGs were passed. However, major gaps remain, major issues remain. Most pressing is a gender gap in labor force participation, which I will show in the next slides. We see cultural norms, institutional barriers, such as lack of strong legal frameworks that support women's economic participation, that continue to hinder progress. We also see unpaid care work and the discouraging effects of household chores. Even though I mentioned progress has made in closing education gaps, we see low skill levels among women, limited internet access, bank account ownership of women, low levels of bank account ownership that restrict their economic opportunities. The second area which requires attention is the political representation of women in our region. This issue also extends beyond our region, also into developed countries. And finally, an important issue is domestic gender-based violence, which remains a very critical issue in our region. So these are the 3 major issues: economic empowerment, women's leadership, and gender-based violence. That will also be the focus of our 3 breakout sessions after the presentation. Also, at the end of my presentation, I will provide perhaps some ideas on how to move forward to improve gender equality in South and Southwest Asia. So looking at the region as a whole, we see that the region is significantly behind where it was projected to be in 2023. In fact, I mean, it's not on the slide here, but it's amongst the worst performance for gender equality, SDG 5, along with countries in the Middle East and Central and West Africa. Overall, what we see here is the sub-region is actually regressing in terms of gender parity in labor force participation. That's the first line. And other targets such as women's political participation and their representation in high-level managerial positions also remain below the 2023 benchmarks. Some targets are slightly closer to being on track. The gender gap here in youth net, not in education, employment training rates, and the average years of schooling for women have shown some comparatively modest progress. So this analysis here, it shows the situation in individual countries using a slightly different set of indicators from the Sustainable Development Report. The table, again, it shows, as you can see, they're more red on the left side, once again demonstrates that the gender gap, the left column is ratio of female to male labor force participation. So it shows that this is the most pressing issue for the region across many countries. So major challenges remain in closing this gap in labor force participation. In almost all countries here, the exception is Bhutan, with a female to male participation ratio of 87, which is on par, which is comparable to levels in the United States, China, and Germany. I've given those as comparators. But overall, we see that 7 out of 10 countries in the region, there are major challenges persist. Overall, I mean, Afghanistan, Iran, and Pakistan have the lowest ratios of female to male labor force participation. In Afghanistan, especially after the regime change in 2021, in August, there has been a dip, expectedly. I will show on the next slide, but there is Maldives, Sri Lanka, and Afghanistan have experienced declines since 2015. In terms of positive developments, Turkey, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and India have shown overall improvements. So coming to the second column there, major challenges also remain in political representation, which is measured by the seats held by women in the national parliament here. This is also a persistent issue in developed countries, so it's not limited, as I mentioned, to our region. Here in Nepal performs on par with Germany in this area. And on the other hand, we see Maldives, Sri Lanka, and Iran where women in national parliament rate is among the lowest in the region. So, but I mean, it was interesting. Yesterday I heard in Maldives that there were 33% of local council seats were legally reserved for women, so maybe that hasn't really translated into the national parliament, but yeah. So, I mean, it would be interesting to hear some of the country examples here. In terms of education gaps, while significant challenges still remain for some countries, notably Afghanistan and Nepal here, there have been notable improvements. We see Maldives, Iran, and Sri Lanka either surpass the target or have achieved it for when we look at female to male mean years of education received. In Turkey, Bangladesh, and Bhutan, this ratio is also above 80%. On the other hand, when we look at India and Nepal, there's room for improvement, and again, Afghanistan, especially after the regime change again, has the lowest ratio in the region, and again, experienced a significant drop after 2021. I want to also highlight here that generally we associate higher levels of education with greater female employment in high-end jobs, white-collar jobs. This is a trend we observe in many developed countries like the United States and Germany. However, in many countries, I know from my own country, Turkey, educational enrollment and quality continues to vary significantly across regions and between rural and urban areas too. I want to note that. And moreover, I think in some instances, cultural, structural, institutional factors impact women's economic participation. So that's another issue I'll dive into in the next slide. So coming to our final column, what I mentioned, where here, according to this indicator, we see that satisfaction among women with modern family methods has been performs better and has actually been improving. I haven't shown the trend graphs here, but that's there's an improvement since 2015 for many countries as well. Here, satisfaction remains low in Afghanistan and Pakistan. In the Maldives, it's one of the lowest. But I mean, I want to say, in spite of this growing satisfaction level, this is just one indicator, and as discussed yesterday in the health session, there are gender-specific challenges. One that I noted was barriers that lead to higher levels of unpaid work, which negatively impact women's economic participation as well. So I want to, as I just mentioned, returning to the topic of institutional factors that may hinder progress on women's economic participation. So the absence of strong legal frameworks seem to impact that address gender equality in employment and economic benefits here, seem to affect women's participation in the labor force. I want to give an example here. For instance, the female to male labor force participation is very low in Iran, what we saw, and in Pakistan. But here the gender gap in education is positive in Iran and gradually closing in Pakistan. So that's maybe one of the, one contributing factor here may be the lack of robust legal frameworks supporting gender equality in employment. In Pakistan, here we see existing laws to protect women in the workforce are maybe not as strong as they could be, and there seems to be an absence of law prohibiting employers from discriminating based on gender in Iran, as well as some other countries like Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. I also want to say here, having laws in place is not sufficient on its own. The effective implementation of these laws are equally important. For instance, in Turkey, anti-discrimination provisions have been part of the labor law since 2003, and Turkish legislation has been aligned with international standards in the past 2 decades, also as part of the EU membership process in aligning with the EU EQUIS. But I mean, despite unequal pay being prohibited by both the labor law and the constitution, according to the equal pays principle, the wage gap persists between women and men at all education levels. In Turkey, this is a problem we also observe in advanced economies as well. So implementation is important. So moving on from there, among other factors, as I mentioned at the beginning, low internet usage, limited bank ownership among women also inhibits women's access to economic opportunities. In most countries in the region, both internet usage and gender gaps in access to the internet remain significant. Notable exceptions here are more urbanized countries like Turkey and Iran, as well as some of the smaller population countries like Bhutan and Maldives as well. Afghanistan, for instance, there are some data gaps as well, is excluded due to the lack of reliable data. Regarding bank account ownership on the right side, again, Iran stands out with relatively high bank account ownership among women, though lower than Germany, United States, and China here. But then when we look at Pakistan, bank account ownership is very low. Also, there's less than 50% of women in Bhutan, Bangladesh, Turkey have a bank account. So there are also data gaps here. Afghanistan, Nepal, I was unable to find data. So the last point I want to come to is the high prevalence of violence experienced by women across the region. So as shown in the world map on the left here, along with parts of Africa, the region has some of the highest rates of violence against women. There's also, this is taken from a website. I couldn't go into one by one, but it seems that there is a lack of legal frameworks to protect women from violence, which also underscores a critical gap in addressing the issue effectively. And also what I want to say here with legal frameworks regarding economic discrimination, effective implementation is once again essential. I'll give a good example here from Turkey. So the implementation of legislation in for protecting survivors of violence in Turkey includes, as in many countries maybe, issuing protection or restraining orders, residence orders, monetary relief, compensation, and so forth. In Turkey, local authorities and police are also authorized to provide to provide temporary financial assistance to victims and issue temporary protection orders, especially if the victim is facing life-threatening situation. So this, in a way, bypasses the need for a court order to receive monetary relief and protection. So, one example there. So some key takeaways, to just go over all of that. The gender gap in labor force participation remains the most pressing issue. I think as fertility rates decline, economic participation of women gains even more importance now. It requires extended access to education and skills, including via vocational training to support women's entry into higher value white collar jobs. It also entails enhancing digital skills. And closing of gender gaps in education and skills can only translate into more jobs for women by providing them necessary services, as I mentioned, internet bank accounts, as well as child care services, and many more. For instance, access to child care and elderly care facilities become all the more pressing, we know from Turkey, in the context of urban migration patterns and the changes in the nuclear family types, so as well as with growing aging populations, of course, for elderly care too. So those are some of the services which are required. Increasing the number of women in national parliaments and local governments is another area that needs attention, we saw. Gender-based violence is a pressing issue, and strengthening and implementing legal frameworks to address violence is imperative. Another issue that I didn't go in the presentation, but is the impact of climate change and related policies on women. I think the social and economic impacts of climate change on women and related policies have not been adequately explored, so there needs to be an assessment to understand both the challenges and some of the opportunities with transition policies. The specific, challenges and opportunities, what they present to women can be explored. And finally, the data gaps on key indicators limit our ability to assess progress effectively. These include proportion of time spent on unpaid care work, other indicators on women's control over financial resources, land ownership, as well as indicators as simple as internet usage and mobile phone and ownership. So, how to improve gender equality in South and Southwest Asia? I just thrown some ideas here. One which I've been mentioning throughout the presentation is legal instruments and quotas to increase women's economic and political participation. This is a top priority. The success in many Western countries have proven that these legal frameworks and quotas can effectively increase women's involvement in the economy and decision-making roles. But as I mentioned, it is equally important to ensure the proper implementation of these laws and quotas to achieve real impact. Two, enhancing the development of the digital economy can play a crucial role. Digital technologies can offer greater access to health and education, as well as market access for many women. And three, here I've added setting up women entrepreneurship platforms or centers, whatever they can be called. The idea here is perhaps to create a one-stop shop, bringing together individual enterprises, women entrepreneurs, cooperatives to pool resources, reduce costs, strengthen bargaining power, even create safe workspaces in some countries. Such centers can also be established leveraging local institutions, such as, for instance, chambers of commerce or other institutions. The overall aim, one of the aims is the market access, this is very important, especially for women in rural areas, where access to income-generating activities is limited. And notably in our region, a large proportion of women in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Pakistan, Nepal work in the agriculture sector. In addition, of course, to market access, these institutions could focus on building women entrepreneurs' skills in ICT, illiteracy, e-commerce, packaging, inventory management, language skills, and then conformity with legal and fiscal requirements as well. So, I mean, these skills are all essential for women to succeed in the digital marketplace. Another idea could be establishing regional trading platforms between our countries to create enhanced capacity for small producers to connect the value chains and expand their reach through e-commerce. Finally, I've added here an inclusive transition to a green economy is crucial as we transition to more environmentally friendly industries and adopt new practices. It is essential that this shift to a green economy leaves no one behind, including women. So that is I'll go on to now. Okay. So here, on that note, I put up the themes for the breakout group discussions here. So the 3 themes will be economic empowerment, with a focus on women working in the informal sector and the care economy, though not limited, of course, to these topics. Women's leadership at all levels, whether political or economic spheres. And finally, sexual and gender-based violence, prevention and diverse development and humanitarian contexts. So I'll hand over to, I think, Susan or Mikiko. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frida, for your introductory presentation on SDG 5. I think it has been very well put within such a short, with such limited time. I think you have brought this, highlighted most of the major issues and challenges and what we need to do collectively to take forward this SDG goal. I'll now hand over to Ms. Susan for her commentary. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Oh dear. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a great honour to be here and to be a discussant in this really important review. And, you know, I'd just like to acknowledge Cabinet Secretary of Bhutan and also, of course, Mikiko, who is my colleague in the UN system here. And Farida, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. I think you have really set the scene for us all. And my job really is to discuss this further and to sort of point out some areas there I think that we can take further in our discussions, in our small group discussions today. So I think just to start off with by saying that obviously the region is marked by extreme diversity. And so what is true in one part of a country may not be true in the same country in another part. So this is something that offers us much opportunity to learn from good practice across the region, but it also has to help us deal with the sticking points which are common across the region as well. As has been, you know, described by Farida, that we have made progress on many of the SDGs over the last years. There's been expanded access to social protection, affordable healthcare, and essential public services for many women in the regions. And we have made, you know, notable strides in closing education gaps, especially at the primary and secondary levels. And there has been some really interesting and good practice on eliminating gender-based violence as well. So, for instance, in Nepal, Nepal has developed and implemented a national action plan on ending gender-based violence, which is great practice that other countries could follow. Women's representation in parliaments has increased in some countries in the last 15 years, though still mostly remains under 33%. So actually one of the interesting developments in the region is that India last year passed a bill for reserved seats in parliament for 33% women, which will double the number of women in Indian parliaments and actually help pull the region's stats up overall. So, but, you know, despite gains in political representations, women's participation across all branches of government falls short of parity as well. So beyond elected parliamentarians, within the administration, women's leadership is less than 50% across the region. And this is true within the private sector as well, who are often the drivers of growth in countries. So gender poverty gaps persist and social protection coverage remains insufficient for many women in the region. As has already been laid out, the gender gap in labour force participation has widened, with women bearing the brunt of many of disasters and humanitarian crises in the region. And also there are many social norms that underlie some of the disparity in the labour force participation, such as the amount of care work that women do in families. So caring for children, caring for elderly, caring for household needs like gathering water and providing food and domestic responsibilities, which are largely still seen as women's work. And of course this is true in this region, and it's true still in many other regions of the world. Nepal, Bangladesh and India have done time use surveys to try and quantify this, and this is a very good step which other countries could also focus on in order to create policies that deal with some of these caring responsibilities that are seen as women's work. And although in some countries labour force participation rate of women has improved, largely women still remain in the informal, unprotected areas of the economy. And again, although there is improvement in women studying STEM, for example, and again, India is an amazing example of this, with 43% of students here studying STEM being women, it's not converting into jobs in the sector. And this is really important because a lot of those jobs are high income earning jobs, and we need to close that gap in the kind of industries where women are employed. Economic activity outside of the house, or indeed access basic services like education and health. But also digital technologies stand to increase the digital divide unless there's specific investment in making sure that women have equal access. And I won't go into the stats on that because I think you also covered that in your talk. But we know that, that there are gender biases that are prioritising men's access to technology, and algorithms and digital products often reinforce this discrimination. Women are also overrepresented in jobs that are vulnerable to automation and AI. while gender-based violence can be exacerbated online, limiting women's participation in all aspects of life. So it's really important to harness this revolution to reduce the inequalities now, rather than seeing the widening gap and trying to fix that in arrears. So on labour force participation, as Frida has said, this, female and male labour force participation rates have declined over the past 30 years, but the gender gap in participation has widened, now standing at 30 percentage points in favour of men. And as I said, at least a chunk of this is to do with the social norms that underlie the lives that women and men lead. And this is connected to the issue of gender-based violence and sexual harassment at work, as well as caring responsibilities. So, as I've said, that women are concentrated in the informal work, which is often it's more flexible for many women. So that's partly why they are in that area of work. So there's a number of things that can be done in the private sector and through public policy to sort of deal with some of these underlying labour force participation issues. And women face barriers in starting and scaling businesses due to some of these regulations or lack of regulations and access to finance. And while women own 60% of micro, small and medium enterprises, they're mostly in the micro and informal enterprises rather than the small, medium and larger enterprises. Much could be done in procurement processes by both the government and the private sector to spur the growth of women's businesses, to be able to access some of the large tenders, for example. And this requires particular investment and policy engagement. On climate and environment, we all know, I think, that women are often the most vulnerable in climate crises and also in humanitarian crises. And the same barriers persist there for women as in the labour force participation or in political participation, where women are often not part of decision making around planning and mitigating climate crises or humanitarian crises. And their caring responsibilities often keep them out of being involved in that active planning and being part of mitigation work. And a lot of the work that they are doing at local level shows enormous potential, but needs further investment. So lack of access to finance is also impeding this. So I think that as I've said, so just moving now briefly to some solutions that I hope we can sort of take these further in our small groups. We really need targeted measures. We need to understand, the collection of data is so important to understand how government policies are affecting women and what policy levers can be used to unlock women's empowerment. And there needs to be some targeted measures, just assuming that a social protection policy will be the same for both women and men probably misses out the potential that could be unlocked if there were policies targeted specifically at some of these barriers that women experience. So social protection really needs to be viewed as an investment for the future, not as a welfare measure alone, though it is important for welfare. So entrepreneurial ecosystems can really empower women in business, especially in the digital and green sectors. We really need to focus on these new jobs, skilling and reskilling women so that they can participate in these new sectors where there will be a lot of growth in the next years. And this requires favourable taxation and credit policies, diverse capital solutions and access to markets through both public and private procurement systems. countries could adopt and customise ideas from across the region to improve women's political participation. A number of countries now have gender quotas. There's a range of different quotas that can be localised and customised to fit different political contexts. So much could be shared across the region and across other countries as well. In the private sector, reforms are really needed to elevate women into leadership roles. And again, there are a number of companies in this region who are doing exceptional work on trying to get more women into leadership positions, and also looking at family-friendly policies, helping women get back into work once they've had a child, because that's often the point where women drop out of the formal sector. So there is much, again, that can be shared here. On gender-based violence, I think it's really important to make sure that there is more concerted effort from all partners, that's government, private sector, and also civil society. There's, again, I've mentioned Nepal has a national action plan for ending GBV, and I think that this is shown to have good results in other countries in the world that have likewise adopted such a national action plan, because it galvanises all the different sectors to work together to eliminate this kind of violence and provide better support for women and girls. Across the region, there is varying vibrancy within the women's movement, and we know research has shown that it's the women's movement that actually is so important to driving changes on GBV, both in prevention and also in adoption of laws and policies around GBV. So even in the hardest circumstances in this region, there are women activists and women who are concerned about this. So again, a greater partnership with civil society will be essential in shifting some of these social norms that underline this kind of violence. And also, I've mentioned the issue about greater data collection, which is really important for governments and civil society and the private sector in unlocking women's potential. And lastly, boosting gender-smart financing is really important. These changes to women's empowerment don't occur just because people think it's a good idea. It occurs because there's investment in innovations and in initiatives that make a difference. So increasing investment in gender equality across the region is really essential, and increasing capital for women-owned businesses is also really essential. There's good practice on gender-responsive governance through gender-responsive budgeting. India has a long history of this and is really pushing this further at the moment. And there's also really interesting private sector financing for gender equality as well that could be shared. So in a quick sum up, so I think that there are sticking points that are similar across many countries, but there's also good practice that varies from country to country. There could be greater South-South exchange to really leverage what is working well in the region. And there's a lot of good practice that can be taken to scale to really unblock some of these sticking points which remain stagnant, and some, sadly, are falling in the region. And this will affect not just the region, but it will affect the globe. So thank you very much.
Oops, hello. Thank you very much. With all that wisdom and synthesis of the issues around SDG 5 in this South and Southwest Asia sub-region, we will now break out into 3 discussion groups, and the meeting rooms are downstairs. So right after this, the people who are present in this room, please go down the escalators. The first group is around economic empowerment. That's meeting room 15. The second group is women's leadership, meeting room 16. And the third is around domestic gender-based sexual violence, and that is meeting room 17. And there are moderators there and also note takers, facilitators, so you will be cared for in the breakout group discussions. And then basically the flow is, once that finishes, we all come back here, and then we'll ask the breakout group moderators to join the dais to report back on what was discussed, and then we'll have an open discussion and have some more insights from the dais here. Now, I'd just like to get a show of hands, just the interest, because you choose, what you want to, which group you want to join, but those who are in the room, just if you could show me, who's interested in joining the economic empowerment? Okay, great. Women's leadership? Good. And gender-based violence? Okay, so we have gender-based violence. Maybe if there are those who might be also interested in that, maybe we add so that we have a bit of balance. And those who are online, I'm sorry I can't see on screen who is online, but there will be Zoom links for the 3 sessions that please choose which you'd like to join, and then we'll pick it up in the breakout group. Can you show the, Rakesh, the guiding questions? So you don't have to really kind of religiously follow this, but just to stimulate, the discussion and reflection, we have common guiding questions for the breakout groups. Okay. Okay, I have to read it out. So one is like, what are the issues? What are the priority areas, right? That from your experience, I mean, you've heard what was presented, but we'd like to really bring in your experience and your perspectives as well. Priority issues, what are possible like solutions as well. What are really implementation, like bottlenecks, sticking points that really need to be addressed? Here we are, okay. Yeah, gaps, barriers, and then I think what the beauty of this multi-stakeholder is to really have the opportunity to discuss how can the multi-stakeholders really work together towards this common goal. And here, of course, government has a lot of, obviously the policy role, but also lots of programs. So for other stakeholders like civil society, private sector, academic institutions, and also the development partners, how can that cooperation or coordination, collaboration with government work best? Again, if there are good examples, that's good. Where there are sticking, points, let's hear them. And then also, if you'd like to talk, again, SDG 5, I think, is one of the most kind of transversal in that it cuts across all the other SDGs. Where is it critical, the synergy or trade-off? And then also transboundary, cross-border. Again, if there are any you identify, you can flag that. And then, of course, for us, it's useful to also hear where is sub-regional or regional cooperation? Where would this really be useful? So with that, I mean, these questions will be downstairs too, and moderators please use as, the, obviously, the participants would like to discuss. So I would suggest, please, if you could, those in the room, please go downstairs, and you'll find these meeting rooms, 15, 16, 17.
After the breakout session, in the interest of time, since we have taken a little longer than expected to reconvene, I would like to request the first moderator from Group 1, Ms. Diksha Singh, on economic empowerment, to make your presentation based on the discussions that was held.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So we discussed about how to enhance economic empowerment of women by including them in economic activities. So yeah, and so the challenges and issues that we have all agreed to and collated are this. The first one is limited access to information about existing schemes and entitlements for women is pretty limited. So it is affecting them. So for example, there are certain schemes that are in place of government at the local level and at the federal levels also of all the countries. They have certain schemes that aimed at empowering women. For example, like they provide some sort of funding for women to start a business or have some skill-based training. But those information, so the women at the ground level, they do not have this access to this information. They do not know that those kind of schemes are available. So they are not availing those information, those services. So that is in a way, so kind of defeating the purpose of having those scheme in place. That is one major issue. And another is, not only so when we talk about economic empowerment of women, by including them in economic activities, one aspect is getting them into jobs, getting them getting them some kind of job like that pays salary, and another is making them independent through by helping them set up enterprises. So in terms of helping them setting enterprises and getting them into the business ecosystem, there is limited entrepreneurial ecosystem. So, for example, one of the major issues for them is how to access the information, access the finance. So it's how to get, they do not have their own money. So how to access to finance, the banking finance and other kind of finance is also quite limited for women. So that kind of limits their ability to start and even expand their businesses. And also there's access to markets also in the local level. Also the women entrepreneurs, they are quite limited in terms of market. They have this, all this kind of, whatever the gender-based discrimination and in the society, in societal space as well as economic space, it kind of inhibits women to access larger markets, to venture into larger markets as well. So another one, when we talk about jobs for women, there's significant sectoral and occupational segregation that we all know that certain kind of jobs are supposed to be done by women, and there's certain kind that is for men. So this kind of occupational segregation has manifested into gender wage gaps. The low-paid, low-level works are mostly done by women, while there is limited number of women in higher-paying and more sophisticated jobs. So it kind of has created, that is in terms of within one sector, and as well as there is certain sectors are supposed to be meant for women and certain are not. So it has kind of created what is known as sticky floors, that women are more employed in the lower levels like laborers and who are easily dispensable. And there is this glass ceiling. Obviously the women are, even in private sector, there's women in decision making roles are quite limited. So this kind of manifests into how women decide to get into labor force and whether they want to continue with their jobs and all that. So another one is, so it has also led to more women more women are focused, they are doing jobs as informally, and as well as their businesses remain informal. So and then though it has made them easier to do, at least they are involved in some income earning activities, even though it is informal, but that means they are devoid of certain social protections that is afforded to formal businesses and formal workers. So and this also then again it boils down into them having limited control of assets. That is like the women are in the agricultural workforce. I think this was mentioned by a lot of participants that in agricultural sector women are involved. There's more women involved in agricultural workforce, but they do not earn from that agricultural activities, and they do not have entitlements to the land that they work on. So it kind of, so they just remain as unpaid workers even within their own household. So also there was issue raised about how the unequal participation of women in schools and in terms of education. So this is more so even within women, also in rural areas and within marginalized group in all our countries. So, and then conflict also, those areas affected by conflict also have women, girls in those areas are disproportionately affected, and they are left out from schools, they can't go to schools and all that. That also ultimately manifests into the...
If I could request you, sorry, I forgot to mention that time, we are trying to keep it towards 5 minutes per person, so I can give you another 1-2 minutes to wrap
So
up.
let me just quickly read through those issues. So obviously there is limited gender-based planning in all terms of like in public sector as well, in public policy making as well as when it comes to business decision making. So it all comes down, and also in society there is society needs to be more open towards to see women in the workforce and create enabling environment for them. Like there should not be threat to the women should not feel threatened about gender-based violence and sexual harassment and all that. So those are the issues. So possible solutions that we have come up with. First one is improve quantity of employment so that more women get into labor force participation. So it starts with boost in access to family planning and care services, and as well as raising awareness just not among, even within a household and society, just not among women but within the family members, so that women in the family, they get support to engage in the economy, like maybe sharing the care burden and all those things. And so another point is how to, so once the women get into labor force participation, how to retain them, how to improve the quality of work, like jobs or businesses that they are in. So one would be like formalizing, helping those informal bodies, the informal businesses and informal workers to become more formalized so that they get to, so through digital and financial inclusion. I think our participant from all this, she provided a really good example of how digital inclusion had helped formalizing these women entrepreneurs in Maldives. So something in that line. And also, so it, and then last one is in terms of how to include women, how to improving policy making and implementation, policy making to make policy making gender responsive. So it might include including more women in decision-making bodies, just not through just not de jure, but de facto as well. So, and then I think when it comes to gender, this is these last two points are most repeated, like collect gender disaggregated data. So it could be monitored and evaluated whether policy and programs are working or not. And ultimately, so we need to do more to increase access of information for women and those marginalized. I think that sums it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll keep the question and answers for later. So if I can, a lot of the issues as well as solutions have been highlighted. I'm sure these have been also discussed earlier, but it just has to bring to light the solutions that we thought of but were never implemented. I think the implementation is the key word here. Next, I would like to go to Group 2, the breakout room for Group 2, Ms. Rekha, and her topic is on women's leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Group 2 was privileged because we had participation from almost all the countries of the Southwest Asia, Maldives, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, etc. And a wonderful discussion took place. I feel privileged and honored to present the observations and the challenges that were highlighted. As you can see on the screen, these are various challenges that were highlighted. The first point that came out very strongly is that women are not a homogeneous group. There are marginalized women, Dalit women, disabled women, women working in the rural areas, women working in the urban areas. So we need to have tailor-made solutions for each of them. The second point which came out very distinctly is that there is a data vacuum or a data famine, I may say, which impedes effective implementation of all the positive discrimination policies of the governments and various agencies. So we need to have urgently sex disaggregated data in each field, in each vertical. Third challenge which came up very distinctly is that birth, education, marriage, child, and finally property ownership and death. These are very significant phases in a person's life, and all of them, the decision is taken by male. So unless and until these decisions are taken by women, the leadership role will not move to them. Third and very distinct is that we need, in addition to heroes, we need sheroes also. We need to have propagation in media and in social media, and even the narrative and the textbooks and the cartoons that we see every day and day out. There, the roles needs to be defined distinctly, otherwise this whole exercise will be futile. Another very important thing which came out is that the social media can break or make the image, so they needs to be taken seriously. Violence against women is on rise, so that is something which needs to be tackled in house, outside house. So the decision making in the family and outside the family is presently not with women in most of the countries, transboundary. So that needs to shift, and that shift will happen wherever the solutions for this I am suggesting in my next slide. The very important suggestion which came from two of the groups, one from the Maldives and the other one from the who has a experience of working in Afghanistan, is that in this part of the continent, almost 30 to 40% of the women are from the war or conflict region, and they have their entirely different set of issues when it comes to education, the right on their own body, health, employment, etc. So that also needs to be tackled separately. All the SDGs, starting from SDG 1 to SDG 7, have cross-cutting for this SDG 5, because if we do not success in achieving the goals in SDG 5, then all the other SDGs will not be complete and successful. So it has an entirely extremely important that SDG 5 should succeed. The important points which came up is that in spite of the cultural stigma, lack of awareness and gender issues, weak representation of women in all the levels. So quotas do work, but the quotas have their limitation, because the quality that comes through quotas. This was pointed out by the representative from Sri Lanka. These women who get through the 25% quota, they are called pushtis, but they are not allowed to speak. They do not have any decision-making powers. So rather than looking at quotas in one-sided, we need to also have a huge awareness generation and capacity building to ensure that this is taken care of. Another very important point which came from this madam from Punjab University is that there is a quota, there is a sensitization, but where is the vertical mobility? Does it translating into other levels of corporate sector, of parliament, of other levels of decision making? No. So that is something which is a big hindrance. Another is asset ownership. If you see the asset ownership, then unless and until you own an asset, you do not get that decision-making power, whether in the family or outside the family. So asset ownership needs to be pursued, and giving 25% incentive to women who register their assets in Nepal, if I remember correctly, is a very good best practice which I think other countries can follow in terms of encouraging the participation of women. The grassroots level success stories needs to be put, and the marginalized women, whether it is Dalit or religious minority or disabled or all of those who are poverty stricken, they have their independent set of problems and issues, and that needs a separate handling. Next slide, please. I'm happy to share that it's not only the challenges were discussed and the experiences were shared, but the possible solutions that are possible trans-boundary, trans-country, trans-continent were also discussed. The first one that came up is that we need to have a gender-sensitive, responsive language. We say workmanship, we say chairman. Every word you take out, it's only man, man and man. So the first awareness from this child age itself is that we change our vocabulary, make it gender neutral. Another important fact came is that LGBTQ community is not made part of male and women. So I think we need to add them in all the discourse that we are doing for SDG 5. Give priority to gender sensitive budgeting in public finance, which we call smart public finance. If you go by the data, even for my country, which I did that yesterday and today, the data shows that in spite of various schemes of the governments for financing entrepreneurs, for financing girl child's education, for giving free the health benefits to the girl child, finally it remains a peripheral benefit. Not more than 25% of the beneficiaries actually get who deserve to be getting those benefits. So we need to have a smart public financing. Issues of women will the academic institutions and implement. We just did this exercise in transport and logistics sector, and we realized that a career for that sector for women is completely non-existent in most of the textbooks. So we need to leverage digital innovations. Post-COVID, when the digital took over, and that is when most of the women got their chance to have a better education, to have a better access to health and have a better employment opportunity due to e-commerce and other things. So the digital is the only way forward for ensuring that this inequality goes away. We need to also have the human resources capacity building, because unless and until we train the women and make them more capable, having AI driven education, having their understanding of internet and using all these techniques successfully, we will be compromising with the quality of the assets that we will be creating in public sector and in private sector. So SDG 5 needs to also look into what is the quality of the asset that we are looking at. Is it compromising the quality or it is enhancing the quality? Another one is the social awareness. Across all the countries and across all the speakers that spoke and discussed, this point came up quite clearly that the awareness is there for a limited people, but when it comes to taking a decision, even if a woman is part of the table, she is not part of the decision making. So woman needs to be made part of the decision making or for those who are already on the table. Most of them are not on the table, so first to bring them on the table and then to make them so capable that they are allowed to speak for themselves, their community. The point which came clearly and distinctly is that in spite of cultural norms, social taboos, mental setup, societal pressures, faith, this was one important aspect which was flagged by one of the speakers, that faith is something which binds everybody across the world, and that's why a huge awareness needs to be done in the textbooks, in the teachers who practice faith, so that this fact goes across the way, across the complete globe, that woman is an equal partner of man. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. There is a lot that I could have told you because the discussion was extremely fruitful and very live, and most of the time I had to cut down to due to the paucity of time. Thank you very much. I thank ISCAP and this forum to give me this chance, and all the participants who participated in group 2 discussion. So here are the future leaders, we women as leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rekha. And I also attended the session. I could see that the questions and suggestions were never ending. So it was indeed very inspiring and comforting to know that we have people passionate enough to raise these concerns in such forums. From my own personal experience, I feel very blessed when I hear such stories that I am born in Bhutan. I'm a Bhutanese, because we do not see some of the situations or the cases that are tabled for discussion. Now, we move on to the last group, that is Madam Pramila. She will be submitting her group recommendations on, which was the one? Oh, gender-based violence, sorry.
Thank you, Kesan. Our group discussion was not only very, active, but also very constructive. And we had a very good gender balance group. The men were very active. And this is a topic which is socially and culturally, very deeply rooted, with the mindset that this is normal and this is something, which needs major challenges for addressing this issue, because the fear of carrying a tag is always there. So we discussed some of the major challenges and issues on gender-based violence. One of the issues that came up again and again was lack of awareness. We felt that this was something which was a major challenge. And then, the GBV we realized was not just on women, but there was a discrimination based on caste and ethnicity. One of the participants came up with a very good data on, Dalits and the Adivasis, how the numbers are big. And then, of course, we also came up with the issue that where is the data? With limited data, lack of data and information, and also the data is usually not converted into local language. So with that information lacking, automatically there's a lack of awareness. And then we also realize that, which we've heard it again and again, whenever we talk about SDGs 5, that gaps in gender inclusive policies, as well as lack of effective implementation. We have the policies. I think this is a very common challenge in South Asia, that we have the policies, but the implementation is not effective. And then, there is also lack of engagement across different stakeholders. So these were the very major challenges. Of course, there are many challenges, but we just picked on the major challenges. And we did come up with solutions. The next slide, please. So what were the possible solutions? We realized that we had to reform the curriculum, in the education pattern, because if girls from a very early stage are not made aware on this issue, then what happens is at a later stage they are not well equipped to prepare themselves. So we felt that the curriculum needed to be reformed, with like specific skills, awareness, and also on digital literacy. So because we have the regular curriculum, so we need to reform the curriculum. And then also enhancing information as well as sharing of good practices for effective advocacy. Like there was a very good report that was shared, and it was on access to education for physically disabled people. So we felt reports like this could be taken away. And also like the Nepal's National Action Plan. This is something that, we could take away, because we discussed, but what are the takeaways? So we felt that this was important also. And then this disaggregated as well as high quality data for informed policy making. Because without any data, how can we advocate for a particular policy? So we felt that was very important. And then we also realized that raising awareness through campaigns, as I mentioned earlier, school activities, we say leaving no one behind, but then that's equally important. And then giving priorities to communities and enable them to have a voice. At the local level, how we bring up their voice. So we felt that we had to give priority to that community. And because we are in a sub-regional forum, we have to collaborate. That's very important, because we discuss and then we come up with very good solutions also. And I think those solutions has to be taken forward by us when we go back to our countries. I think that is the beauty of having a sub-regional forum. And that's why we said collaboration and partnerships are very important through sub-regional platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramila, for keeping well within the time. It looks, if we take, I think for all of us to reflect on, if we look at all the groups that have made their presentation, some things that have come across in all the sessions is on data, education reform and policy implementation. This is something which is not new to all of us. We have heard it repeatedly, I'm sure in all the many forums. For me, if I would just give me little time to explain and share that this is my first time participating in a UN forum, since I've always been in other sectors, technical sectors, not in this field of SDG. So it has been interesting, and I would like to now open the floor for question and answers. How much time do we give? We can take how many questions? 5 minutes. Okay, so we can open the floor for question and answers for any of the moderators, even for our presenters and commentators, if any. Las, anybody? La?
And Rakesh, can you put up the online, if there are any hands from the online participants? Thank you.
Hello. Can I go?
Whoever has the mic, okay, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the moderators, right? All of the presentations were very wonderful and very insightful, beautiful presentations. And also, thank you for, having these breakout sessions. It was, they were very insightful. Thank you so much. I am Dr. Anirudh, and I am representing CYMG, which is Youth Forum, youth organization to UNEP. And, in a sense, I want to, compile everything and ask each of, your opinions as a whole. So, in a world where gender equality could add $12 trillion to global GDP, which is a 16% increase in current economic growth trajectory, right? How can we, across sectors, accelerate effective policies and technologies to ensure women everywhere, right, have equitable access to health, safety, and economic opportunity for a sustainable future? Thank you.
Dr. Daniel, UN Cell of USI. My question is to Susan Ferguson. Ma'am, in Asia, tentatively 1.3 billion population belongs to one single faith, and we do have a multiple population. Now the scenario is like where the implementation is where we see a lot of challenges. Now the implementation comes in different level, law, mores, and codes. Need not to be government level alone. Even the faith plays critical role, most important role. Now, post-Arab Spring issue in the Middle East, the CAICID have been come up with a contribution of multilateral efforts. Similarly, the South, either Rohingya or Uyghur or so many communities between the armed conflict and non-armed conflict and documented, undocumented, unwelcomed migrations, all these scenario leads to offense and counter-offense. Now, women are the party, both by the own group under the radicalized faith system, they are suffering. Two, even when the other party or adversary doing a countermeasure against the particular faith, these women of the faith suffering second time. So they are twice vulnerable. So we need, is there any institution in parallel to CAICID, what plays in Middle East and in Europe? Do we have any institution by UN effort or ESCAP, particularly sensitizing the religious leaders across, particularly the religious which encourage polygamy, to protect the women's interest?
Thank you very much. As I have the mic, so let me go ahead. Thank you very much to the moderator. I just want to add, it is not a question, I want to add some suggestion and comment to be added to our report.
We hear the voice,
can
but
we
we can't
just-
see.
sorry.
Oh, okay. Please, sorry, we were trying hard to see.
Okay, sorry. And the first comment is enhancing the participation of CSOs here within us, because, for example, there is no CSO from Afghanistan, and specifically women from Afghanistan, and we need to hear from them also. The other one is discrimination under the colonial mindset that we are affecting by, and it is which opposes on Iran and Afghanistan. I want to reiterate paragraph 26 of the preamble of the SDG, which says states are strongly urged to refrain from promulgating and applying any unilateral economic, financial, or trade measures not in accordance with international law, and you can see it in the preamble. And I am raising this because we in Iran and Afghanistan, we are under unilateral coercive measures, which is some kind of sanctions. And when it comes to SDG and SDG implementation in our region, it is also very good that we bear in mind when we do not access to any resources since 2010, then it would be very hard for us to implement SDGs. The other thing is that whenever we mention rural women and rural people, it is also very good to mention pastoralists. Because, for example, I am coming from pastoralist community, so from this perspective, as we are always living in a very remote area, so it is also very hard for us to even raise our voice. And the other thing, which is again very connected to enhanced participation, again it is the matter of getting visa for so many people who are living in so many countries who are under political barriers. Thank you.
Can we? Let's hear the ladies first, yeah. Please, yeah. It's a gender section.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rekha ji, for presenting it very well. I would like to know, we have been in all the cross-cutting 3 sessions, we could able to see lack of disaggregated data is one of the issue, and lack of implementation, whatever the policy are. So this is the voice from the civil society has been raised out. So I would like to know from as a panelist, how do you see this, and what is any suggestion about it, how it can be betterment of implementation? I want to hear your responses. Thank you.
Thank you for all, and thank you our moderator in group 1. Let's say, I work as a social planner in the government of Iran. From my experiences, I would like to add one point to the concluding remark of this session, maybe as a new mandate of the SCOP or subregion. In my opinion, to accelerate to reach SDGs, it is important to revise planning budgeting methods from activity-based to change-based, which enhance transparency and responsibility for undertaking and reaching the goals, with concentrating to result-based policy making, planning and performance-based budgeting, not to only focus on input, activity and process, but focus on outputs, outcome impacts, and monitoring theirs, and also concentrating to logical change. It is useful to add a budget system of many countries of the region still are activity-based. And also notice that UNDP UNICEF, WHO, UNESCO have good experiences in this area. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, okay. Thank you so
The
much.
last two questions. Which one? Who's speaking? Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would appreciate our former speakers, and I'm very thankful for the organizing committee for giving us space to the CSOs to present our views. And but there is more than we can bring it to the table. So I look forward to more such discussions where all these SDGs will be discussed. Kindly include us also. Kindly include, kindly give us space to share our experience also, because we have so many things to share with you, with other countries. Maybe we have more, learning experiences and good practices that we can share with you, and that will help you, do reformative actions in your countries also. One is that, and another is in our country, India. So of 28 states, only 20 states conducts gender budgeting. So we would request our government to do the gender budgeting for all the states, which should be inclusive of development aspects of all the non-binary gender group also. And another thing is, as we were talking about the... sorry? Yeah, okay, just one thing only. So one of the most important thing, justice delayed is justice denied. So we request our country or our fellow neighbor country also, that stringent and timely implementations of the legal measures is a must if you are to avoid the gender-based violence. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this time. I'm Amelia Andrews from Child Fund Asia Regional Office. And ma'am, this is addressed to all the panelists. Gender is not binary, it is not just women. It is non-binary, it is a lot of things. I was wondering if anyone on the panel could shed light on how do we engage with men and boys, especially in talking about gender equality, because it is not just one side of the equation. And
Thank you. We have one last person here. Sorry to cut you off. We need to have
I will just finish my question, and also when we're
Please
talking
finish. Please, what is the question?
2 words. Reflection on how to engage with men and boys, and especially how to deal with toxic masculinity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luckily, I go last. I had a couple of questions, but then I'll cut it to one. So quickly, my introduction is, I'm Kritika Shankaran. I am the chairperson of National Task Force of Social Inclusion and Affirmative Action of ASSOCHAM, Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry in India, and we report to the PMO, Prime Minister's Office. My question is very, very fundamental. This was also a part of the breakroom question of mine. See, charity begins at home. So what are we doing at home to start and create leadership platforms for leadership? Because honestly, I find the men in my house far more cooler, so to say, than my mother or my mother-in-law ever can be. So what are we doing to be able to sensitize homes so that we are actually able to create conscious, competent and capable leaders? Thank you.
So we just have another few minutes left, so I'll hand over to Ma'am Susan.
Thank you. I'll try and do my best. They were a series of really difficult questions. I just thought maybe I'll start at the end first, and the first thing is around changing social norms and engaging with men and boys in that. And your question about working at home, I mean, it's up to all of us. There's no sort of secret answer to that. It's about engaging in our own families and doing things differently, modelling different kind of behaviour, engaging with your father, to talk to your mother. You know, there's a range of different things we can do there, and that social norms are cemented very early on in life. So this issue of working with the education systems to try and sort of rethink gender norms is really crucial, so that people grow up with different ideas. It's really hard to intervene when you're older. It's much easier, and we're more pliable as younger people. So, so engaging with men and boys is critical in all different elements of that. And so then just wanted to make a comment about the extremism side of things, because of course this is also related to gender norms, and there are, your question was about, is there sort of one way of dealing with this in the different sub-regions? As far as I know, there's not. Maybe there is and I'm not aware of it, but there are a range of different initiatives, and UN Women works on radical extremism and trying to work with the different power brokers within that in a very quiet and careful way. And this is really crucial because actually getting on to Afghanistan, in particular, our largest country office is in Afghanistan, and we do very carefully work there across the country with women and men also. So and of course this gets into the very political domain where member states need to be involved in this kind of dialogue. There are many things that can be done, and it really is up to the appetite of member states to engage in this and look at their own, national interests and how to manage those things. We in the UN can do certain things, but ultimately there needs to be political solutions to these issues. With that, I'll hand on to someone else.
Thank you very much for the excellent comments and questions. I'll try to be quick. I'll start with the first question, since you started with the last one. I think you mentioned that how gender equality would bring about great economic benefits. I mean, we do observe that higher labor force participation is associated with greater GDP per capita levels. So here, I mean, female labor force participation is actually a rising tide that lifts all boats. Someone mentioned that yesterday. But there's no bullet, you asked about effective policies and technologies, which may differ from country to country, but I think the primary thing is to treat women as part of the economy, and it is essential to, and in that way, it is essential to give them market access, economic access, and they are to be treated as part of the larger economy. So that would be my emphasis on that point. Regarding, there was a thing on data collection that keeps coming up. I mean, I don't know, with data collection, one area is, I guess, how we can lobby our policymakers to collect better data. What kind of venues there are to lobby those policymakers. And other opportunities maybe lie in the big data available to us. I mean, now we measure some of the regional inequality trends, for instance, with satellite images of lights data. Also, when we look at infrastructure needs, we use that type of satellite imagery too. So perhaps some of these could also, this kind of big data, we can think of how we could use that for gender equality as well. I also want to make a comment on Afghanistan. So last year and on the sanction regime that the Iranian lady back there mentioned. So we did a study out for UNDP in Afghanistan about 2 years ago. The report was published last year. And what we did, it was a field work on women entrepreneurs. And what we saw that women exporters in the carpet, saffron, in these important export sectors for Afghanistan were being very disproportionately impacted by payment system restrictions on the country by Western powers. So that was one of the, a lot of the time we see that with these kind of situations that the vulnerable groups get impacted most. One, because they can't access markets directly, but also large traders, wholesalers that they would work with were unwilling to work with them, so they were they were mostly, they were beholden to a single trader who would not pay them. This kind of, obstacles for women we saw in the case of Afghanistan. And yes, so that will be all. Thank you.
Somebody talked about now it's working. Somebody talked about advocacy and implementation of policies. How do we go about it? My answer to that is based on my personal experience. Advocacy is a very challenging issue. The only way is don't give up. if you want to be a leader, you have to lead and be a pioneer. And I am telling you that from my experience, 5 years we advocated for one issue in my country. That was bringing in a project, which is a very good practice project from India. We took it to Nepal. It took us 5 years. We were getting nowhere. We made it happen. Similarly, Maldives has also taken a project. It's been 3 years. Dr. Mariam Shakila has been working on it. She hasn't given up. And we both of us know that we make it happen. So if you really want to advocate and implement policies, don't take it easy. It's a hot topic that you're touching upon, because you're changing and influencing minds of bureaucrats, of politicians. That's a huge task. This is my, small suggestion to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, there were two speakers from country of Iran who had raised some valid points. I would like to address to that first. There is this, when the unilateral sanctions are imposed, or for that matter any war or conflict-driven region is there, the worst sufferers are women always, and hence a different outlook and a different SOP needs to be made whenever such things are done. I think this was also one of the suggestions which had come during the discussion. There was once, the common question which was raised in all the 3 panel breakout sessions was that lack of data. And I think there is one solution which my group, on behalf of my group, I would like to give. There is something called Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. It's there in India and it's there in different forms in almost all the countries of the region that we are talking about. All the data is collated, called for, and reports are made by this particular agency in all the governments. Even the private sector and the NGOs data is also collated by the same agencies in addition to Niti Aayog here in India. If the format for the data collection needs a little tweaking, and in each field, if the gender is included, which I did in my office where I work in Land Port Authority of India, we have started collecting gender disaggregated data. There was a lot of opposition and problems, but things are now streamlined. So giving this example, I would like to say that it's not difficult to have a sex disaggregated data. Once the agency who has the responsibility to collect and collate takes a final call that they will not accept data which is not disaggregated. Another one which was raised by ma'am on this table regarding how do you change the mentality. I think here on this forum I take this opportunity to point out that not only the men in the family, men in the community, men in the district, country, or men in this hall, I think the finger also goes to women. They themselves need to understand they are capable, they are empowered, and they can bring up capable daughters and daughter-in-laws and sisters, everybody. So the realization of empowerment, if you really want to see women in a leadership role and have a leadership decision making, then I think understanding. Earlier, 50 years back, the whole narrative and the media and everything was a princess is saved by a prince. I think now the narrative should change to the princes are saving themselves, and if required, they will save the prince also, right? So I think that needs to be done, ma'am. That happens family-wise, and then it can get enhanced. Thank you.
No more night on white horse. Yes. No, I just wanted to touch on that faith-based, question and whether the UN engages. So there are many platforms and forums of interfaith dialogues, and I know that the UN also in New York, they have had global interfaith dialogues on SDGs, gender equality, all of that. And I've seen that happen in different countries too. So everywhere it's possible, everywhere it's important. I think the stark fact that it's good to kind of remind ourselves is that regardless of what faith, economic status, society, whatever it is, these issues of gender equality or non-equality and gender-based violence are there. So wherever that space is available and you can open up, wherever you are, interfaith and all of that, I think is really, really valuable.
To wrap up this session, I would first like to thank you all for making me the chair of this session. Very interesting session with many questions asked and many recommendations and solutions also shared. Nevertheless, I would like to encourage each one of us here to not to get bogged down by the problems, but to think through the problems and to see how the solutions, we have to find the solutions ourselves. So when we look at a problem, I think we shouldn't go seeking for solutions from someone else. Try to reflect deeply. We will be able to find. I personally believe that what got us here today to sit in this room will no longer get us to the desired state that we are aspiring for. So we all need to work together. What was once impossible is possible today. So I'm sure what we are sharing as being impossible will definitely be possible in the near future. So I request all participants here and those who are live that we, in our own capacity, we need to take forward this impossible discussions we are having here to make it a brighter future for our sons and daughters. So thank you very much and wish you all the best for the rest of the sessions.
Thank you. So can I ask the ladies on the podium to come up here for a family photo? In the meantime, may I ask the organizers if we can swap for the next session? Yeah. Okay, so let's go in.
You were happy.
Yeah, okay, now?
Not anymore. But I'd love to take some
Okay,
of that.
okay,
Okay, so we will now move into the plenary session, the introductory part of SDG 8, and then we go to lunch. So I'd like to invite to the dais Ms. Sunita Daura, the Secretary for Labor and Employment of the Government of India, and as co-chair, Mr. Ruhul Amin, the Joint Secretary from the Economic Relations Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh. As moderator, Ms. Rupa Chanda, our colleague from SCAP Bangkok, the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation. And then as the presenter, Dr. Anand, PK Anand, who is a visiting fellow at RIS in India. And then as commentator from ILO, Dr. Neha Wadawan, National Project Coordinator. So SDG 8, decent work. I pass the floor to the chairs and moderator.
Very good afternoon to all. It's a privilege to address this gathering and to chair this session on decent work, economic growth. And on behalf of Government of India, I'm very pleased to be here. Our discussions on SDG 8 under Session 4, they will explore how best to strengthen the implementation and monitoring of the SDGs, linking the national, regional, and global processes in a cohesive framework with respect to economic growth and decent work. The forum will allow us to reflect on stakeholder roles, evaluate progress, and build upon partnerships. It will enable us to identify our sub-regional needs and opportunities, and also see where we can cooperate better and leverage the support of the regional bodies and the multilaterals and so on. And that will help us to unlock the potential and accelerate sustainable development across the South and Southwest Asia region. Where India is concerned, India is committed to promoting an enabling environment that not only meets the goals of SDG 8, but also aligns with the collective goals of South and Southwest Asia region. And in recent years, India has made significant strides in enhancing its employment landscape with sustainable economic growth. And through a combination of policy reforms, sectoral growth, and technological advances, the government has achieved notable progress in reducing unemployment and supporting labor market formalization. I'd like to speak a little about a few dimensions of the decent work and also economic growth, and particularly on labor reforms and how technology has been used in the labor market in India. Very quickly, I'd like to just enumerate a few examples. First of all, I'd like to talk about the sustainable economic growth in India, and India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world, and growth has accelerated from about 7% in 22-23 to more than 8% in 23-24, and the World Bank's projection is a robust 7% for 24-25. And when we look at NITI Aayog's report on multidimensional poverty index, we see about 250 million people escaped multidimensional poverty in the last about 10 years. And this substantial reduction was by accelerating progress on various aspects of poverty reduction. As the name itself indicates, a multidimensional index of poverty. And this remarkable transformation has also included financial inclusion and various other flagship initiatives of the Government of India. I'd like to name some couple of them, like the Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana, which has bridged the financial gap for the unbanked. The Prime Minister's Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, the Prime Minister's Suraksha Bima Yojana, which have given affordable life and accident insurance schemes, particularly in the unorganized sector. Our social protection coverage, when we look at the global database, the ILO recent report on world social protection shows that India has doubled the social protection coverage in its estimate for 2024, and there is a showcasing as a best case example of our targeted public distribution system in the ILO's report. This is the largest in-kind social protection scheme where in-kind food grains are given to about 800 million people. And there is total transparency and digitization in the process end-to-end, thereby ensuring efficient food grain delivery. Why I am giving these examples is that perhaps this forum can think of such a data pooling exercise in the different countries as a model for reflecting the true social protection coverage in each country. I would now like to speak a little about the employment situation. As we are aware, India is a huge demography and we have our challenges with gainful employment. And if we look at data, the recent most periodic labor force survey and the Reserve Bank of India's data has shown that the unemployment rate has decreased to about 3.2%, and the employment rate has grown to about 56%. And this improvement includes inclusion of women and the youth in the workforce, and the data is there for anybody who would like to see. I will not be repeating it here. If you look at the sector-wise growth, the services sector has emerged as a vital employment driver, along with job growth in areas of construction, trade, logistics, transport, manufacturing, which collectively are supporting India's vision of economic inclusivity. When we look at future of jobs, which is a very important theme across the region, when we look at India, the startup ecosystem and key industries like healthcare, education, hospitality, these are the in sectors which come up as, where the trends for employment growth are coming up, and we are also the hub for global capability centers in the world. India is a hub for that, where we employ a lot of technically qualified young people. And we give a lot of support services to the multinationals across the world. By 2030, India is also projected to be giving about 24%, contributing about 24% of the world's incremental workforce, given our demographic dividend. When we look at formalization of the workforce, that's also a very important area for social security of the workers, for decent work. When we look at our own data in India, in the last 6 years, we have added about 62 million new subscribers to the Employment Provident Fund organization. Recently in the budget announcement 2024-25, the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes which are looking at employment, skilling, internships, expanding opportunities for the youth. In the next 5 years or so, this is expected to benefit about 41 million young people in the country. Notably, the employment linked incentive scheme. These are 3 of the schemes in the 5 scheme package I just mentioned, where there will be wage and hiring incentives for both the employee and the employer, which is going to benefit more than 30 million people people in the country, young people, and contribute to formalization of labor force. When we have opportunity, we would like to discuss more on these initiatives in Government of India. And lastly, I'd like to mention how technology and innovation is being used in the country in the labor market. If you look at the National Career Service Portal, which we are also using now for promoting international mobility of labor, that's a portal where on any day you get 2 million job vacancies, which the 3.5 million registered employers put on the portal. We also have one-stop solution for social security for the unorganized labor, which is called eShram. And if there is an opportunity, we'd like to share the video of eShram as a good case study, which can be used in other countries as well for access to social security for unorganized labor. India has also done a lot of labor reforms under the labor codes for wages, for occupational safety, health, working conditions, social security, industrial relations, and I would also look for an opportunity to discuss these further during the course of our discussions. We are also working with ILO on decent work in the supply chains, and also in developing a framework for mutual recognition of skills and qualifications, which will further enable the international mobility of labor. Through these multifaceted initiatives, we are promoting decent work within an ecosystem of robust growth in the country. Look forward to the discussions today in learning from each other's experience, sharing best practices. Thank you once again for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumita Daura. I think yesterday when we had the SDG presentation for the sub-region, one of the areas that really stood out in terms of where progress is needed and where there might also have been some regression was the area of employment and related issues of quality of employment, vulnerability, etc. So I think we can look forward to a very interesting and insightful discussion here. So now I would like to ask Dr. Anand to give his presentation, just about 20 minutes, which will be followed by Neha, who will give a commentary for about 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Escape, for calling me, and Niti Aayog also, Science, distinguished Bias, Chair, Co-Chair. Mikiko is always there. So is Dr. Ratna. Mr. Rajiv Sen attending all the sessions. And I still feel some connect with my Niti Aayog days. I was having the same position and a similar work on SDGs. And Madam Pam Rajput also, a source of strength for RAS always. I would like to add one or two points before on the larger picture. When we see from the lens of, say, creating jobs, because that's the crux of, when we're talking in terms of jobs, then automatically we need compliance. We need, it sort of doesn't leave much carbon footprint. So those are the three aspects of this session. So here, we also know that when we look at the macro determinants of growth, say labor, capital, technology, human capital, these are to some extent substitutable. And at the same time, when we start in economics, we start with constant returns to scale. But here, as the populations are rising, demands are going up, and global value chains are coming up, there is a lot of scope in economies of scale, definitely. So that's one area which gives us a big ray of hope. Secondly, when we talk in terms of employability, what do we mean exactly by it? Personally I feel, and I have written in the paper also, that if somebody can give job to one more person, that's a clear evidence that there is employability of this person. And also on the skilling, when we talk in terms of skilling, we say that, okay, there should be jobs and for people. I'll give you one example when we talk in terms of a mason. In a region where people are averse to blue-collar jobs, So we think of, okay, a mason should be able to put tiles in a drawing room. But I feel that if we can do tiling of the face of a big building, skyscraper, using a robot and having a computer before him, those are the areas which can pull youth into jobs which are not white collar jobs. So starting on it, here is a big picture when we see on indicators. And I'll focus on the regressing indicators on material footprint and domestic, because there are exports and imports also. We are regressing a lot, and unemployment rate. This is a whole picture of South and Southwest Asia. Similarly, when I talk in terms of decent jobs, on occupational injuries, we are regressed, right? In fact, we should have been in 2015, we are even behind that. And also in compliance of labor rights. One point I would like to add here on labor rights, that say the people who are competing to get some sort of job. So here legislation helps a lot to level. In the morning session, as Suzanne had spoken about legislation, I also feel that legislation is a key ingredient. It's not sufficient, but it is necessary to move towards better compliance of towards decent jobs. Indicators, we have 16 global indicators. Of course, we have national indicators also, but I confine to, and idea here is not to say that which country is lagging. Idea is that countries can do, and some countries are doing better than others, so there's a scope. We also know that over the years there were tier 3 indicators, and luckily now we don't have any tier 3 indicators, because after say 8 or 9 years of SDGs, if we still have any tier 3 indicator, which has no methodology, no proper definition, it becomes very difficult to go ahead with it. Coming next, I added this slide on growth rates per capita in real terms. This gives hope. I'm not pointing out towards who are lagging, but idea is that there are countries during 15 to 2022, they progressed well. If I say take case of Bangladesh, very good performance in terms of GDP per capita, and other countries also can do, but here I'm grateful that we are sitting for stakeholder collaboration also, so we can have better collaboration, better value chains in the region, and that can also help us a lot to steer towards higher growth rates. Here I am showing per capita situation, which is not very easy, to be very frank, but I will go to the next slide. Here it is on per unit GDP. This is an indicator in SDGs. So you can see that if this measured in terms of per capita GDP or resource efficiency, so we are moving towards methods of production which are better on technology, and almost each country is doing better so far as this period is concerned. Unemployment, of course, Sunita said that the figures have changed. These are the figures for 2023, which are before me. We can do much, but here if we have a look at youth unemployment, which remains a big cause of concern for us. Female unemployment is also a cause of concern. We have had a very, very insightful session, the preceding session. I would not like to repeat those points. Now coming to compliance of labor rights, here I would like to first say that 0 is the best. So a country having a higher number, its performance is worse. So I will rather take it to Sri Lanka again, and if you see at 3.1, it's a far better situation than other countries having around 5, and even some countries having more than that. So compliance can be done, and sensitization needs to be there in spite of a lot of competition, and in the advent of industrialization of 4.0, AI, etc. But still, There are ways how better compliance can be done by evolving the industry, by evolving the stakeholders, and by sitting down. Otherwise, the pressure of making unemployed, the exploitation of unemployed people. If you see the bigger workers, no work conditions, etc. So those are the areas where we can sit and we can do a lot together. Why the indicators are regressing, I'm leaving these slides, but 1 or 2 points. Material footprint, we had a narrow base, we share our own pains, but we share our own aspirations also as this sub-region. Unemployment, skill deficit I think is one culprit. Occupational injuries, inadequate gadgets, compliance I have already spoken, and I'll go to the next slide. Resource mobilization is a big area of concern for us. For India, we are getting a lot in the name of FDI, which of course in due course of time we have to repay. But at the same time, South Asia is getting remittances, earning from exports. There are sectors like tourism, say for Maldives. And in addition to that, there are many fiscal issues which help us in resource mobilization domestically, but the international one is also important always. I'm just putting some good practices which are more or less, I'll not read, but from each country, which are revolving around, say, lesser carbon footprint or better opportunities for youth or for women, and we can learn a lot from these. These are successful programs running in these countries, and many programs can be imbibed. If you look, I went into 1 or 2 programs of other countries also, and these are very good to say. I take you to Nepal, Leaf Plus. The Erica net leaves are giving a lot of employment to women over there under this program. Key challenges, slow growth remains, and the one area which has come up is when we talk in terms of service sector and manufacturing, these are now much intertwining, very difficult to disentangle. So the India is doing better, we say, on services, but there is a lot of agriculture which is going into it, a lot of manufacturing which is driving it. So these issues are relevant, and we need to have better GVCs, of course. New opportunity, I think this is my last slide. Financial inclusion gives us a lot of chance to do better, to create jobs. Skilling, MSMEs, digitalization, formulation to the extent it helps in creating jobs. Formulation, it's not always a panacea, but on many aspects like compliance, it's a better tool than employment sector. Industrial policies, service sector cooperation, and technology is giving us better choices, better resource efficiency, which we have seen on our slides also. We are into it. We are successful in that as a forum. Entrepreneurship, green growth, and startups. I'm just putting on breakout sessions because I think those are to follow later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation by Dr. P.K. Anand. He rightly pointed out, the labor, human technology, and there is a change special in the globe. He highlighted low level of indicators because we would like to work with the indicators. There are some of the missing indicators. For this reason, it's very difficult to work low level of GDP. There is a highlight, especially in case of Bangladesh, 5%, 6%, near about 6% growth. Low level of income, and then per capita GDP. He talked about the unemployment and specifically low level of income from female segment. He talked about, pointed out the labor rights also, because we are supposed to work for the betterment of the labor. And finally, he highlighted the good practices. There are some of the program he mentioned there, especially. And finally, he told about the new opportunity we have, especially to work. And I would like to invite Dr. Neha Wadwan, National Project Coordinator, ILA, especially intervention on the presentation given from his side. Neha.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful to UNESCAP and RIS for the invitation to be part of this very important discussion. Two caveats before I start. One is that I'm not an economist, so my intervention is not really going to reflect too much into the data that Dr. Anand has already, I think, showcased. But what I will try and do is, based on inputs from Radhika Kapoor, who's the employment specialist for the region, and some of my own perceptions of the work that we have done as the ILO in the region, I'm going to try and put forward a few points for your consideration during the discussion group. Now, I think we all agree that the regions that we're talking about, right, is really significant to achieving SDG goals. And progress to achieving these goals is relevant and important across South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Southwest Asia to be able to meet the targets that we have set. Drawing upon ILO's Asia-Pacific Employment and Social Outlook 2024, we can look at the long-term trends from 1995 onwards, towards what are the growth rates in South Asia. And these trends actually clearly show the disconnect between growth and employment in the region. We know that output growth rates increasing does not automatically mean that employment growth rates have also increased. In fact, output growth rates can increase with declining employment growth rates. And that is possibly what is happening in the Asian region as well as the global economy. Now, recovery is ongoing, but according to an ILO report released at the UN General Assembly last year, it was basically a stock-taking report trying to see where we are on the SDG 8 targets. And it's unfortunate to share that we are well off track in terms of achieving SDG 8, right? In fact, the report shows how we're back to levels of 2015 in terms of how far we were from achieving these targets. So I think it's really important that we have an agreement on concerted efforts and steps that need to be taken at the national and regional level. And a whole of society approach is really, really important. How are the ways, in what ways can employers, governments, workers' organizations, researchers, and civil society come together to achieve targets of SDG 8? Now, I'm going to try and reflect for a few minutes on some of the the thematic groups that have been created for the group work later on. And the next few points will, perhaps be important to the discussion on youth employment, but also I think can be useful for other groups. Now, when we see declining employment growth rates, I think we all understand and acknowledge that this is partly due to the impact of COVID-19, right? But what we can also see is that labor force participation rates is an important indicator of the existing situation. And in 2023, the aggregate LFPR stood at 54% in South Asia. The decline in employment growth rate can be attributed to falling labor force participation among young people aged 15 to 24. And I think this is very important to note. In conjunction with what Ms. Davra also talked about, which is the demographic dividend, we also have an increasingly aging population in the region as well. And I think these factors will influence how we prepare in the long term to keep targets in mind, but also look at sustainable development in the long term. Now, I think in the discussion groups, it would be important to recognize the predominance of employment in agriculture, right, in our countries, in the countries that are represented in this forum. And also, relatedly, the challenge of pro-employment structural transformation. Because the momentum for reform across the region has really been heterogeneous, with some countries having done structural reforms more proactively than others. And this is again something to reflect on as to what has really paid off in the experience of some countries that have taken on reforms, and it's benefited the economies at large. One more point I'd like to put forth is the persistence of informality in our countries. And I think this is again a very important aspect when it comes to achieving the targets set under SDG Goal 8. Now, skill development has been an area of focus for many countries. We just heard Ms. Davra talk about the Indian model, right, which I think is being well respected in different parts of the world, and how it must go hand in hand with employment generation, right? Employment generation of decent jobs, which are really, really important. And I think the role of, again, research in identifying labor market trends, pointing towards sectoral patterns of growth is really, really essential when we look at what challenges are important and what is the robust data that is required to address this. Now, the South Asian aggregate LFPR is also much lower than other sub-regions, within the Asia Pacific due to the larger gender gap. And while men's labor force participation is at 77%, women's labor force participation is only 31% in 2023, right? And I think this again is an important point to reflect upon in conjunction with the discussion that was happening in the previous session. When we talk about gender inequalities, we can clearly see how women are disadvantaged as they enter the labor market, perhaps also because of the high levels of unpaid work that they're supposed to take on their shoulders. So it's important to really think about gender inequality and how to address it, also keeping in mind issues around non-discrimination and how we can actually make our economies much more inclusive to not just women, but also those coming from disadvantaged groups. I think it's very important to underline also the fact that we see very high levels of self-employment for women. And while this is welcome, it's also an indicator of the fact that perhaps the choices that women have available are not as many as we would like them to be, right? So it's important to identify sectors and regions, look at domestic and global supply chains to try and understand how we can address the challenges of achieving, SDG 8 targets. I'd also like to flag here the issue of mobility and labor migration, and I think that's really important, both in terms of allowing women to break stereotypes, come out of the home, participate in the labor force, but also in terms of the importance of remittance inflows, right, to our economies. So what is it that we can do to look at local employment generation as well as see what kind of policies would be beneficial to empower and enable young people to move across borders, across regions in their search for work, which can then also be met with decent working conditions and labor rights. On resource efficient work, I would just like to say that there are regional differences with regard to employment growth rates, especially if one looks at the material consumption indicators. And Dr. Anand's presentation had a slide on this, which clearly shows that the increase in construction materials, non-metallic biomass consumption, fossil fuel consumption, etc., none of these are actually sustainable, right? And therefore, when we talk about SDG target 8.1, we have a lot to be done. And also most of these industries are marked by persistence of informality, which I was referring to earlier, and maybe growth in informality as well, especially because of COVID and the situation which is there post-COVID. So I think we need to look carefully at which sectors we're looking at in terms of promoting resource efficient growth, because these could have a cascading effect on the other targets that need to be met, especially target 8.7, which talks about forced labor, modern slavery, trafficking, and how we need to eliminate child labor from the region by 2030. Along with this, we have to look at the issue of social justice, right, and just transition. So how is it possible really to look at using technology, using innovation, looking at the issue of climate change, but making sure that we take everyone along and no one is left behind. And finally, I'd just like to conclude by taking a few minutes to talk about the issue of labor compliance. And I think the level of national compliance with labor rights, which is basically freedom of association and collective bargaining, as well as ILO textual sources for national legislation, make up what this indicator talks about. Now, taking the case of Bangladesh, for example, we could see Bangladesh has witnessed high GDP growth. But as the slide that Dr. Anand showed, when it comes to labor rights compliance, the score is very high, which is something that I think we need to also reflect upon. So how do we balance really the surge forward, right, for growth, which all our economies desire, with the need to really ensure that labor rights are available to workers, especially those in the informal economy. Now we can see there's a decline in human resources for inspection, right, across the board. But we can also see that there are certain positive steps that have been taken. To give you another example from India, there is the reporting on ESG, which has been made mandatory by the Indian government for the top 100 listed companies, right? And this is really a step forward to try and see how we can be more accountable for the work that we are doing and how we are including everybody in this surge ahead to ensure economic growth. Social protection for the gig workers is another positive step that has been taken to see how we can really meet the challenge of, moving ahead with technology, but also ensuring we don't leave those who are the most vulnerable behind. So technology, together with access to collective bargaining, freedom of association, and spaces for workers' voices, right, to be put forth so that we can actually create decent work, decent employment conditions, and sustainable development for all should be very, very important. And finally, I think in the discussion groups it would be useful to also think about how could we cooperate. I mean, there are several bilateral agreements that exist between the countries represented here. But there are also several regional forums, I think, which need to be strengthened. And here I'd like to draw your attention to one forum that the ILO has been involved in, which is Alliance 8.7, right, which talks about eliminating forced labor, child labor, and trafficking. And I think this again becomes a space, and this is just an example, there's so many more, I think, forums at the regional level that can be used to put forth our collective efforts. But knowledge sharing is absolutely essential. And I congratulate UNESCAP, for this opportunity for all of us to come together and brainstorm on what we can do to achieve the SDG goals, especially Goal 8. Thank you very much.
Much, Neha, for, I think, highlighting some of the key issues and challenges that face the sub-region. I mean, you've mentioned about informality. I think all of us are quite seized with a very high share of informal employment here, the low labor force participation rates, the issues of social protection, labor standards, and that's why I said at the beginning that when one looks at the SDGs for this sub-region, this is the one SDG where you see a lot of regression or poor performance relative to others, and this is really integrally involved with all the other SDGs. If you're talking about poverty reduction, inequality reduction, etc., without this going through, it's not going to happen. So with that, I think we'll be breaking for the breakout groups.
Yeah, very quickly. So now you're used to this routine now, right? So just remind the 3 breakout groups. First one is youth employment. Second is resource efficient work, and third is labor standard compliance. Again, I'd like to just ask a show of hands. Who's interested in going to the youth employment breakout? Okay, thank you. Resource efficient work? Good. And labor standard compliance? Okay, we have kind of an even one. So I'd like to ask as usual, so one is in meeting room, is it 8? It changed? It's the same as this morning, right? Yeah. So it's 12, what is it? 15, 16, 17, right? So please go downstairs. And then if you could end, still we'll try to keep up on time. So if you could end at 1:45, and then please come there for lunch, same venue on the second level. And then we will have the last plenary to wrap up, hear back from the breakout groups and wrap up SDG 8 at 14:45, 2:45 p.m. So in the meantime, you can go. The dais, we may Ms. Sunita may need to leave, I understand, right? Right, and Rupa too. So maybe we have a little family photo here? Yeah. But you can all go to your places, and those who are online, please go to the Zoom link on the, of your choice of 3 breakout groups. Thank you. Thank you. Please come to the microphone. We're going to take a photo. Good afternoon. So I hope you had a good lunch, good chat, some breather. So I'm going to invite, to prepare for the last plenary session of SDG 8, I'd like to invite to the dais the chair now, not co-chair, chair of Mr. Uhul Amin, the Joint Secretary of the Economic Relations Division, Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh, and then Dr. Anang, from RIS, Dr. Neha from ILO, and then the 3 moderators, if you're in the room, Mr. Arumugam Sankar, the Executive Director of Empower India, yes, I see you, and then Mr. Dayasagar Shrestha, the Executive Director of the National Campaign for Sustainable Development in Nepal, and Ms. Mariam Shakila, Chairperson of the Adu Women's Association in Maldives. Sorry.
Are we okay now? Are we all ready, especially to start the program? Basically, this is the breakouts sessions. I'm very happy to be here, and special thanks to the UNESCO, especially to make a room for chairing this session. Couple of minutes back, I was co-chair and then now chair. In the meantime, the group works have been done in the meantime. This is the time to present. May I invite Mr. Arumugam Sankar, Executive Director, Empower India, especially the presentation on behalf of group number 1.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Hope you all had a sumptuous lunch. I am happy to be here to present the group 1 presentation. First of all, I want to start with one quote by the great saint Vivekananda. Give me 100 believing young women and men. I will transform India as the #1 nation in the entire world, unquote. India is having around 66% of its population under the age of 35. It was projected to be around 37.14 crore, which is about 27.3 of the total population. So we had a very good deliberation in our group number 1. First of all, I want to thank the ESCAPE for giving this wonderful opportunity to present this breakout group number 1 on youth employment. Our challenges and issues: lack of education and training, especially vocational training oriented on emerging sectors and technologies.
lack of youth-friendly labor market, lack of entrepreneurship opportunities, training, capital subsidies, access to finance, etc. Resource allocation for skilling and training inadequate. Skills mismatch is a huge issue. This was very much concerned, and a lot of our members shared their concern about this. Skills mismatch is a huge issue. Concerns of job security, social security, flexible work arrangements, underrepresentation of youth in government jobs, special higher education and skilling needs of women, disabled people and underprivileged not addressed so far. Special employment challenges of persons with disabilities needs to be addressed immediately. Mobility across borders for job seekers becoming difficult with lot of barriers. Education system not changing with the shift in employment trends. It is not updated when we are having all kind of traditional training methods. So it has to be updated as far as our current scenario is concerned. Mapping of future jobs need to be carried out with emphasis on industry linkages of higher education institutions. Unregulated migration and unregulated labor markets creating barriers for employment. As you know, the people are migrating from rural to urban, especially for a job. So a lot of people are migrating. That leads to overpopulation in the urban cities, leads to sanitation issues and so many issues. So that has to be addressed. Small scale sectors, SMEs, are not able to create decent work opportunities for youth. Traditional rural agricultural and industry sectors, including handicrafts, performing arts, etc., needs to be revived. So, if it is revived in our urban rural area, the youth cannot move to urban areas. They will have their own employment in their respective hometown itself. So, it will reduce the burden of urban cities and the government's problems also. Underemployment, that is less wages for output, is also an issue which needs to be tackled through investing in improving productivity. Emphasis on green transition required with circular economy activities and creation of jobs in these areas. So these are all the challenges and issues we have discussed, and we have possible solutions, and this is our August group. So the senior Dr. Anand is there, Rajanji is there. So we are very happy to present our group photo also. Possible solutions. Education, especially vocational training, with emphasis on emerging sectors and technologies for enhancing employability of youth. Industry linkages of education institutions needed for addressing the skill mismatches. Right to skilling approach to be adopted. That was mentioned by our senior member, Dr. Anna, who we are happy to have in our group. Encourage training and skilling for jobs abroad. Smart public finance for women. This was shared by our Maldivian colleague. So it has to be addressed, and this kind of smart public finance will help all marginalized women to come up in their life. Build the capacity of rural youth for taking advantage of revival of rural sectors. Local ecosystems in rural areas for enhancing value chains and job opportunities. Training and labor market connect to address the employment challenges faced by persons with disabilities. Invest in productivity growth through technology and training. Ease of mobility within and across borders for job seekers needed. Leverage of ICT and new age technologies for empowering youth. Regulated labor markets and transparent labor laws for providing job and social security to youth. As you know, every day, each and every day we are hearing some kind of news. Our youth, they are struggling in some countries. They have gone for a decent job and they are working for some kind of not related to their education, qualification or anything else. And they are starving and they are all burdened by the employers. So that has to be addressed. Small scale sectors, SMEs, traditional rural agricultural and industry sectors, etc. need to be promoted. Create more green economy jobs. So I don't want to much take of your time. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity once again. Thanks to Escape and for your active listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Orumugam, for the lively presentation. You highlighted on youth employment, what are the challenges and what are the courses action to be taken, especially to address the problems. I would like to request to other presenter, especially to be very specific and very brief, because we have to conclude this session by 3:45 p.m. So time is very limited. Yeah. So may I invite the second presenter, Mr. Daya Sagar Srist. He will present on behalf of the group number 2.
Thank you, sir. In group number 2, we were in room number 16, and we try to identify issues and challenges related with the material resource financing, which is a very pertinent issue in our sub-region. It is related with goal number 8, and it is directly related with the target 8.4. Actually, the resource efficiency is the idea that, we try to create economic values with the less input resources, particularly the natural resources. How we can reduce the use of natural resources or minimize the use of natural resources for our economic development. And actually, that is the main issue. And in this agenda, the situation is that in our sub-region, actually we are regressing. Actually, we are regressing in this target. So this is very serious challenge for our region. That's why we try to identify the specific challenges and issues related with the agenda. And we also try our best to identify the possible actionable solutions in our region. And we identify some challenges and issues related with this agenda. The sector facing challenges, for instance, the waste management, construction, and the agriculture and the fisheries, tourism, these are the major areas where we can find the challenges and the issues. And the fragmentation of the labor markets and the lack of coordination and across the supply chains. This is also another issue. Lack of awareness of international norms, regulation, and good practices for enhanced resource efficiency, because actually this issue is also related with the other agendas related under the SDGs, for instance, sustainable consumption, production, And goal number 15, sustainable, life on the land, that is, these things are correlated with this agenda. And the inequality in access to available resources, that is also the another issue we identified. And continued focus on the GDP growth, definitely, GDP is important indicator for development, but we are focusing, we are not giving adequate attention to the degradation of the environment and climate. So this is also the another issue we identify. And what could be the possible solutions to address these issues and challenges? First, the promote sustainable approaches in the economic sectors, particularly agriculture, fisheries, construction, renewable energy, and tourism. These are the major areas where we should intervene. And the strengthen collaborative platforms and the create open windows for partnership, including for information sharing. We also need the collaboration and the partnership between different agencies to address this issue. The next is the reducing bureaucratic red tape and the streamlining process. That is also the that is also the another actionable points to address the challenge. And the strengthening capacity of the small and middle enterprises, including access to the funding and technologies, because we realize that in the SMEs, the SMEs do little harm to the environment. That's why we need to promote SMEs in our region and integrating the issues of the resource efficiency into the STEM curriculum. Another area, by adapting and utilizing available technology solutions in the sub-region. For instance, the smart irrigation, lifestyle for environment, which has been started to practice in India, and including farmers and the other stakeholders and research. And when we talk about the production, that definitely that is related with the agriculture and non-agriculture sectors also. In agriculture sectors, we need to partnership with the particularly the small farmers, farmers among the farmers with small farmers, and the promote sub-regional collaboration. Tripartite agreement on renewable energy, that is the good example, because this is also related with the energy transition also. In the transitional, particularly, we need to promote renewable energy in our region, and many things are happening for renewable energy. Tax incentives for efficient resource allocation and the use, that is another area we identify. And the increased use of science and data to inform policy making and technology development, innovation. These things are also very important, so that we can reduce we can reduce the impacts on the environment. And the visioning at the community level, that is very support to support the value chains for development of alternative indicators in collaboration with the communities and the stakeholders. That means we need to identify alternative indicators and to monitor the progress within the country and within the sub-region. And the production efficiency versus allocation efficiency, that is also another area we have identified. That is related with the striking the balance between the resource efficiency and the equity. These are the some points, the practical solution we identified to address the issues related with the energy efficiency. Thank you.
Nicely presented by the Srishta. Thank you very much for the presentations. Certainly, you said that there is a gap in between the wants and the resource allocations we are fighting for, especially as a developing country, because there is a commitment to especially provide 0.7% resources towards the developed country by developed country, but there is a gap in between of the two. Despite the fact we should go ahead. And then the final, the last presentation, the presentation will be by Miss Mariam Shankala, Chairperson, Adu Women's Associations.
Distinguished Chair, Miki Kotakaka, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very, very good afternoon to all of you. Now, the area that we looked at was labor standards and compliance. And the priority areas that we identified were decent work, worker rights and their representation, vulnerable and informal sector workers, gender equality in the workplace, health and safety standards, and technology and future of work. These are the various areas that we identified, and the critical gaps, lack of understanding and awareness, weak enforcement mechanisms, data gaps, informal employment, global supply chains, economic processes, cultural and social norms, limited stakeholder engagement, and political instability and emerging technologies. And we also found, in our discussion, we also found the synergies between SDG 1, SDG 3, SDG 4, SDG 5, 8, and 16. And then with trade-offs into SDG 2, SDG 9, and SDG 12. And spillovers, positive, enhanced productivity, social stability, and negative on environmental concerns, especially in an industry like the mining industry. So the challenges and issues that we identified were that all countries should ratify at least the fundamental ILO conventions, underemployment and quality of work, lack of awareness in policies, training and capacity building is needed, especially social protection policies for sectors and subsectors, data gaps and weak enforcement mechanisms, cultural and social norms and political instability, governance and policy responses with and then people with disabilities should be provided with opportunities for decent work and to participate in the workforce actively. And workplace health and safety issues, gender sensitive contractual provisions were also discussed, and child labor in global supply chains, migrant and immigrant workers, transboundary workers, training and skill capacity development is also needed, especially for the future. So these were the challenges and issues that were discussed. Now, the possible solutions. Now, this was a subject that was very widely discussed, and then I was accused that I did not give enough time for everyone to talk about, but then this is a subject that, you know, is never-ending subject. So the possible solutions were integrate beneficiaries in the planning process and support to the informal sector, including training, develop appropriate mechanisms for integration in social security schemes, increase the monitoring on business and human rights, and better data collection and data sharing for strengthened monitoring and evaluation, and social innovation hub to create a social innovation hub to enhance policy making to address discrimination, including caste-based discrimination and disparities, salary gaps based on gender. Now, awareness programs and advocacy, including urban-rural work, SME, and adaptation of social security systems. Now, to build partnerships with private sector and academic and research institutions to promote robust labor standards and to prepare for technological development and work in the future. And also to enhance regional and sub-regional agreements with common labor standards frameworks and with innovations in reporting and compliance, and also regionally and nationally resource sharing and regional stakeholder forums to conduct regional stakeholder forums regularly, and then to also harmonize policies within our region. These were the possible solutions that were discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I had the opportunity to be as a part of this group, but there is no scope for the intervention. I had the opportunity to be at the Minister of Labor on the employment in our country. I had the experience for 2 years. So I had the opportunity to go Geneva and other places, especially dealing with the labor issues. A special thanks to you, especially you clarified the position, especially you told about the core convention as well as the other convention that has been accepted by the countries, especially. Those are the public law, but we have the work especially to insert the elements of the international public law into the heart of the legislation of ours. Without having that, absolutely impossible to make sure the rights of the workers. So those are the presentation, 3 presentation level. I mean, I would like to, yes, Now the time especially, we are in belief for the inclusive. For this reason, I invite the questions from his side especially on the presentations given by the presenters, three presenters, and thanks a lot of especially all the members of the group also. So I invite the questions from your side.
Okay, can I? And thank you very much, and thank you very much to the moderator. Again, it is not a question, just a comment. And it is regarding the convention, which name is ILO Convention 169. And it is about indigenous peoples and tribal communities. And it's in 32 article. The very minimum standards of labor rights of indigenous peoples and the local and the tribal communities, it is reflected. So I want to ask all the governments who are representing here to ask them about awareness raising regarding this convention. And unfortunately, among all 48 countries in Asia, just one country is a party to this convention, and it is Nepal. So within our region, none of the countries are a party to ILO Convention number 169. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for ESCAP to organizing a good event where the trade unions can represent the CSOs. The Convention 8, the SDG 8 is interlinked to the Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 3, Goal 5. Goal 8 is interlinked even to the Goal 13 and Goal 17. It is very important where we can eliminate the poverty, gender equality can be brought in. And the Goal 8, its indicators also are very much helpful to the countries to go on, and specifically in India, where you have a huge number of working population in informal sector. And I'd like to inform you that the government of India is coming out with 4 labor codes, which are completely against the conventions, the ILO conventions, and even it is against the Constitution of India. So it is our duty to see that the government should try to rectify those issues. A tripartite mechanism is there of Indian Labour Conference, which has to be held every year, is not being held from the last 10 years. So through this forum, I think that the ESCAP can influence the government of India to see that the labor law, the labor rights are being protected. More importantly, the informal area where the huge number of women are working, young people are working, they should have the opportunity to do the collective bargaining, and they should have the opportunity to get unionized. Because wherever the unions are there, wherever the working people, informal workers are unionized, there the gender equality, good paying capacity, good purchasing power is there, and moreover, they are covered under the social security schemes. So I think this Goal 8 is very important for the progress of this country, where the huge number of people are youth people. This is what my suggestion or my ideas of trade union. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to talk about the inclusive agriculture through the accessible technology. Regarding the people with disabilities and women, including marginalized group, often face stereotype that limit their role in employment sector. So, ensuring access to digital tools, I mean promoting digital tools for women and disabilities agriculture group in farming can help break stereotype and boost the productivity. That is one thing. And another one, digital agriculture access for small farmer group with the disability, women and marginalized group, so that they can feel the inclusive in agriculture sector through the especially promoting the digital accessibility. Thank you.
Is there any question? No? One more? Okay.
Yeah, Abhirami from All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch and CDHR. I would like to say one side on the employment, we are looking into the empowering the people and the community, but the other side, like bonded labors are still existing. So how do we look into it? How do we break the system so that these people are brought into mainstream employment? That is also one of the concern I'm raising and also looking for some kind of response. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I just have a very generic insight to give comment. This is for all the pain points that we discussed across the agenda areas and problems, pervasive problems. When it comes to policy implementation, I think a lot of implementation is happening, but if it's more decentralized and very localized to the demographics, localized demographics, I think we'd be gaining a lot. A lot is already happening, but then if you're able to do more and have mechanisms to ensure that more is happening, I think we'd be seeing a lot more happening in terms of policy implementation of the pain points that we discussed so far.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. This is Dr. Anirudh, and I have a very specific question to all the panelists. It is a general question. As technology and can I continue? Yes. Yeah. So as technology and environmental shifts redefine the global economy, as you're aware, how can we ensure that economic growth remains sustainable, inclusive and resilient, creating dignified work and upward mobility for all, especially the vulnerable population? That is general. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. So far, my knowledge, the first questions relating to 32 article of 169 conventions. The second one in relation to labor codes of India. The third one, limit role in especially in agriculture sector. They talked about the digital tools and farming will be inserted, especially for the development of theirs. The number 4, forced labor, bonded labor, she's talking about. And the fifth one, it was policy implementation is the, she talked about the localization or inclusive, you were talking about the knowledge program. And that final one, and the sixth one, technology and environment. I mean, the presenters are here, especially government and non-government organization are here especially. And the table they are encouraged especially to address those questions. Okay, please carry on. Yeah, on my left.
It's not working. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. I'll start with the question on agriculture. And yes, there is need not only for the implements which can help people who are differently abled, but at the same time, there should be inbuilt technology that the chances of injury are also less. This is one way of bringing these people into say mainstream and getting them dignity, which is very important for human development. I'll also would like to comment on one more on bonded labor. So far as I know about India, and as subregional my state, we had implemented, there were incidences of bonded labor. The act in India says fine of certain amount and imprisonment. So if a person holds somebody captive, cannot hire a good lawyer and then pay a fine and fritter away with it. There has to be a sentence to be given. So that did wonders, and people started becoming scared that, oh, there is imprisonment, so better not to make anybody as a bond labor. Thank you very much. On that labor issue, on the second question about India, I am not working in government of India, but when we talk about labor, there are two segments. One is the formal labor for whom we want to give some more and more benefits. At the same time, there is vulnerable informal labor whom in economics we call outsiders. So I think whatever discussion takes place or direction we move in, we need to take care of both, all the more the second one, which is more vulnerable. Thank you.
Yeah, I think in our forum, for example, one of the issues that kept on coming is also the limited stakeholder engagement, for example, and then also policy implementation. In regards to decent work, and also for us to bring in the people with disabilities and bring the inclusivity that is required. I think both nationally and regionally, there are work that needs to be done. And then also the exploitation of labor, for example, when people work across borders. Now, these are all issues that need to be addressed and that need to be carried forward. Government alone cannot do it. The private sector also will have to be involved. Civil society will have to be involved in relation to getting all the work done, all the policies done. And then when it comes to policies and it comes to policy implementation and all that, like for example, if the government implements the policy, there also has to be an arm on the civil society, a responsibility on the civil society to make sure that this is implemented properly, and then a role need to be given to them for monitoring and evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, then Shankar, is there any concern for Ambassador? Please go ahead. But he's not feel interested. Okay, please carry on. We'll come later on. No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for all the inputs from the floor. Lots of, I think, important issues have been raised through the presentations as well as the questions. I'm going to talk a little bit about a few of the points that have been flagged. I think, one is on the question of conventions, and thank you for raising that, because this is really a concern for us, right? It takes a lot of effort, a lot of lobbying to adopt a convention at the International Labour Conference. And then there's a lot of follow-up to see if countries can ratify those conventions, right? But not just the Convention 169 that you were referring to. A lot of core conventions of the ILO have still not been ratified by member states. To give you an example, in India, the convention, there are several conventions on collective bargaining, freedom of association, for example, which have not been ratified, right? So the idea is that when we look at the indicator for the SDG target on labor compliance, what is important to consider is that at the ILO, we are trying to create a database where we look at the application of labor standards and where countries are perhaps falling short, but also looking at countries which have not ratified conventions and whether their national legislations are in line with certain international standards that have been set through a range of UN conventions, which would also apply, right? So it's a complex way in which we try and monitor this. But the core point is that it is really important to ratify a convention at the national level, so there could be regular reporting on it and accountability to international organizations as well as to local constituents on what steps have been taken to really adhere to the standards that have been set. One question around, I think, the whole issue of bonded labor and forced labor, right? Now, again, I think, unfortunately, a lot of these terms are used interchangeably. However, we have to be very careful in terms of which term includes what and perhaps excludes something else, right? At the ILO, we use the term forced labor, which has 11 indicators. Now, I think what is important in the Indian scenario is that there's a Supreme Court judgment which talks about the fact that if you don't get minimum wages, right, it's akin to being in bonded labor conditions. And I think these again are instruments for all of us to use at the national level, at the regional level, to be able to lobby with different stakeholders and say that let's come together and work on some of these issues. On the codes, if I may just say that at the ILO, we promote codification. We think it's a good idea to have laws which are comprehensive and understandably easily accessible to many people, right? And the idea is, of course, in this codification process, to adhere to international labor standards and the conventions that these countries are signatory to. Now, I think we have to wait for the rules to be notified, right? Till we really understand how these codes are going to be implemented, and perhaps, as trade unions have raised, certain shortcomings are being dealt with, right? So it needs to be seen, but I do feel that bringing the gap or bridging the gap between the formal sector and the informal sector is extremely important. However, we shouldn't move closer to what the conditions of the informal sector are. We need to actually look at the formal sector conditions and see if we can move closer in that direction. One quick response on the question that the gentleman raised on technology and economic growth, right? And I think just sort of building on the point that Dr. Anand made on how technology can be used to make a workplace perhaps less prone to injury, right? Or it can actually enable disabled people or people with disabilities to engage in productive work, come out. But you see, it's a bit of a catch-22, because if you look at, again, the issue of people with disabilities or with women's access to paid work as well, we have been campaigning over the decades to say that people need to come out. We need to visibilize people with disabilities. We need to visibilize women in public spaces. But what we have now is a lot of push towards remote jobs, right? Which then brings into question, the whole demand for the 8-hour working day. How will that be implemented? It brings into the question the fact that will women still be able to engage in public spaces? Do we not need to continue to make public spaces more accessible, right, for a range of people? So I think it's really a delicate balance that we need to keep in mind. And I think when we promote the future of work and AI and technology and digital innovation, again, I think coming from a scenario where we are actually labor-intensive economies, right? How are we going to really balance this out is something that we must really, really think about and perhaps reflect on. Thank you so much. Can I just raise one more point about, if with the permission of the chair, right? On, I think, and this is again just an observation from several presentations that have, several of the presentations have pointed out. I think the whole question of regulation, right, of migration. Now, this is again an issue that I've worked very closely on for the last 10 years. And I'd like to take this opportunity to really share that the most marginalized, the most vulnerable of populations actually do not benefit from regulation as much as they should. Now, this is to say that, when governments put restrictions or they ban migration into particular sectors, it's very well-intentioned, right? Because they want to prevent trafficking and they want to prevent people working in forced labor conditions. But what actually happens is that because there is a mismatch in demand and supply, there's a huge demand for jobs, right, which at the national level is not being met, and which is why people are then desperate to migrate across borders to be able to, generate some kind of living and sustenance for their families. Now, they will find a way, right? And it will then be in undocumented means through which they will find a way. So what we need to regulate is actually the recruitment agencies and the intermediaries that exploit workers, rather than create a mechanism where we put the onus of not registering, not going through safe channels or legal channels onto the most vulnerable of populations themselves, right? Because I think this is instead of extending a hand of being able to help them, we are further pushing them away from the whole idea of empowering them and being able to take them along in the path to sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Dashagar, this is your turn, especially to provide feedback to them.
There is no specific question for me, but I try my best to give one question raised from the floor. That is, how to make our economic growth make sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. It is very difficult question. It is very difficult question. I'm not the right person to give the answer, but I try my best. I guess Dr. Ananda can give the answer of this question. Just I want to put my views. Maybe the economic model, economic system, what we have been adopting, that is destructive, that is extractive, that is profit driven. So the whole world has realized there is a very vague discussion, and discourse has been also already started in the international forums, inside the UN also, that was discussed. And in the recent Summit of the Future also, that discussed a lot about the possible or alternative economic model. Maybe we need to shift to the need-based economy. Maybe we need to shift to the human rights-based economy. Maybe we need to shift to the social economy, circular economy, green economy, inclusive economy, because the economic model or the economic system what we have been practicing, definitely they directly impacting, negatively impacting to the nature, and they are also not creating the jobs. And yesterday Dr. Rajan Ratna has rightly said that I love his words, like jobless economic growth. Yesterday you were saying that jobless economic growth is happening, but jobs are not creating. So these are the challenges. So let us think about the new economic model, which is more destructive to the nature, and which can create the more more jobs, and which do less harm to the environment, and which is also inclusive. Inclusive. Okay, this is just my response. Response. However, I'm not the right person to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar, for the feedback. May I invite Mr. Uru Mugam Shankar.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to add one more point. See, our youth are now focused to white collar jobs. They are very particular to work in the AC room, and they want to get a secured job, everything. But we are not able to get people for electrician, plumber, or this kind of works. We are not able to find any persons. So we have to work with the chambers, ITI, and we have to concentrate more on polytechnics to create more people, the skill-based jobs to be created. So because we have a lot of youths are with us, so we have to address on this issue also. Thank you.
Thank you for adding the valuable points. Could you, Dr. PK, he would like to add something, and then the time will come for you.
You see, this issue of jobless growth has come up. So there's growth and number of jobs at the macro level not increasing. But it does not mean that across the spectrum of jobs, each sector is having stagnancy. There are sectors which are generating new jobs. There are sectors where the old jobs are no longer there. There are products, for example, we had Concords, transatlantic. We don't have Concords now. We realize that it harms the environment more than it serves the production systems. So when we are going ahead with development, which is just also, there is requirement that more jobs are created, and one thing which comes in the way of compliance of and labor issues is that if an organization realizes that if this organization is adhering to certain standard and its competitors are not, it's at a big disadvantage. It may not compete. So idea here is that regulation should take care. It's not only necessary to regulate, but it's also necessary to promote those who are abiding the standards which are laid down for the very purpose that while this generation gets jobs, we cannot wait for one generation that, okay, fine, we'll see the compliance and the standards in the next generation, but we need to start compliance of labor laws right now. Thank you.
Okay, your turn, please go ahead.
One of the main points that I wanted to bring about, Dr. Anand just talked about it. And the other one is a lot of us are talking about rectification of like ILO conventions. Like ratifying them alone is not enough. Implementing them is the issue, I think, that we have. How many conventions have we, I mean, many countries, I'm not saying just only my country, but have we ratified? But are we benefiting from it? We need to create the awareness. We need to make people responsible. We need to make people accountable, and then create that synergy between the public sector, private sector, and civil society in order for this to be made aware. Advocacy needs to be done. So ratifying these conventions alone is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. Is there anything from this side? No? Would you like to add anything? Yeah, one. It's okay.
Just wanted to also add to what Ms. Mariam said, and she actually mentioned this during lunch. What is important is political will. I think that's absolutely essential, and we've seen it in our own national context. We've seen it in other regions as well. That when there is political will, it is possible to have exhaustive change and really make a huge difference to people's everyday lives, right? So I think that's really, really essential in terms of how we can actually, accelerate the momentum that we have here, right? Without political will, it becomes very, very challenging to really move forward. But just also to say that I think when we talk about ratification of conventions, I mean, of course, that's important. And therefore, the ILO then, expects a report every year or every 3 years or every 5 years, asking governments what they have done after they have ratified the convention, right? But what we can also see across the board is that a lot of national laws which are relevant to the kind of precarity that we see the labor force experiencing, as well as new sectors. And here I think the care economy, which has now been brought into focus, is again something to consider. Other informal sectors where you see a large number of marginalized, disadvantaged set of people being employed. What are we doing really to focus on these sectors? And I think in terms of achieving SDG 8, when we look at the targets, we're actually meeting the economic targets. And I think, again, the reference to jobless growth is therefore the moot point here. How do we really then offset, right, the fact that this might be jobless growth? By really looking at some of the social and, other conditions, right, which need to perhaps be reflected on. And I think, again, it cannot be done in isolation. I think SDG 8 is something which we cannot achieve if we do not concurrently think of innovative ways of working on cross-cutting themes that the SDG goals present upon. Thank you.
One more point. My point is that, like in several forums, these are subjects that we discuss and we go back, and often there's no follow-up. And then so that dies off here. I hope and pray that this forum would not be one of those forums where we forget the issues and concerns that have been raised, and then these issues and concerns are addressed and then also taken to the policy level, government level, and then for them to be followed up. Thank you.
Chair, please. Chair, quick comment. See, we are more talking about ILO convention and the regulated sector. I am very much concerned about the informal sectors. See, those who are all not covered under any laws. They are working in servant maids, marginalized people. They don't know what are all the acts available in India and which act they will protect. So we have to take care of these kind of informal sectors also. That is my humble submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Again and again, we are coming with the information, especially to address the questions posed in different times. I'd like to convey thanks, especially the moderator, Mr. Rupa Chandra, Director Trade Investment and Innovation Division, ISCAP, especially for the brilliant presentation. Based on the presentation, there are three groups, especially to go. They are hungry, despite the fact that they went there and they come up with the brilliant suggestion from their side after lunch, and they came again and brilliantly they presented specifically. And thanks a lot for the presenter and presenters, and lots of thanks to the questions from different stakeholders from the government side as well as the private sectors. We are cautious about the growth and the employment. There is a gap in between of the two. How to minimize the gap? For this reason, we are here and working. How to make an intervention? There is a policies and how to insert the relevant elements into the policy making and make obligated the government, especially for the implementation. Because we have been working for the betterment of ourselves. Special thanks to Mikiko Tanaka, especially she's here. Not only is here, especially all the time she's assisting me, especially how to deal these issues and concern as is here. Lots of thanks to you, especially. And Falan, please, would you like to? And in the meantime, a special thanks to all of you. A special thanks to you because we are timely finished. In the meantime, we have finished timely. You know, just 3:45 before 7 minutes. Just we are concluding this session. Thanks a lot to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh
yes, we are on
there
time.
shall have
so
the group photo,
family photo
especially.
in front.
Please
As
come
we
to the
ask
dais.
the organizers to switch the plates for the last session of today, which is SDG 14. We go underwater after this. Okay. Great, thank you. Great, thank you so much. With your insights, wisdom, yes, that's my. So I will stay here because there's only one chair. So the chair ambassador. And then Arvind Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, and Manuel.
Change the process.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so may I invite to the dais for SDG 14, the chair and moderator, but I will support her, Ms. Vijayanti Edirisinghe, the ambassador of Sri Lanka to Thailand and permanent representative to ESCAP. Dr. Arvind Kumar from the India Water Foundation, and Mr. Manuel Castillo, my colleague from the Environment and Development Division of ESCAP in Bangkok. So the dais, please. There you are. Okay, good. I can give my time. Break for tea, and
Yes.
then we go to the break.
Yes. Shall we wait?
I'll do the time.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Straight forward, we will go with next sessions. Session number 4, last sessions today on SDG 14, progress review sessions on life below water. Thank you, ESCAP, for giving me this opportunity to chair and moderate this session. This is very important topics for all of us since we are in Southeast Asia and Southwest Asia. So this is very important topic and SDG goals that we have to achieve will be very important for all this region. So throughout history, ocean and seas have been vital conducive for trade and transportations. Management Carefully management of these essential global resources is a key features of a sustainable future. Marine protections areas need to be effectively managed and well-resourced, and regulations need to be put in place to reduce marine pollutions and oceans acidifications. With these brief introductions, let me introduce our presenters. First, for the introductory SDG 14 presentations, I would like to introduce Dr. Arvind Kumar, PhD, President, India Water Foundations. Thank you for accepting these invitations and to be here today. And also Mr. Commentator, Mr. Manuel Castillo, Environment Affairs Officer, Environment and Development Divisions, ESCAP. Further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Arvind Kumar for the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank Escape for giving me this opportunity to give presentation on progress of SDG 14 in South and Southwest Asia region with 10 countries of Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Iran, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Turkey. SDG 14 is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development. SDG 14 is strongly related to other SDGs as oceans sustain coastal economies and livelihoods, contribute to food production and function as a carbon sink. Oceans are the planet's largest ecosystems which are highly vulnerable to a number of threats, including climate change, leading to ocean warming and leading to sea level rise. Acidification, which is much higher now, about 30% than the pre-industrial era, eutrophication leading to algal blooms, no oxygen or dead zones in fish kills, pollution like oil spills, chemical, plastic, etc., and even fishing leading to coral reef restriction, ecosystem imbalance, and food web erosion, etc. When we compare the Goal 14 progress in SSWA and SAARC region, we see both the regions are regressing on this goal. However, SSWA more so on data availability on more targets. When we compare SSWA region with the Asia Pacific countries are regressing on data of almost 5 targets. In SSWA region, 3 countries of Bhutan, Nepal and Afghanistan do not have a coastal zone, although they contribute to freshwater pollution, which finally contribute to marine pollution as they are upper riparian countries. This table underscores the fact that for the most of the indicators to measure progress on the goal, data available are insufficient to determine progress consistently and accurately across the region. Having said that, there are many programs which these countries have initiated to address SDG 14. Here I am presenting some of the best practices on the target 14.1 on pollution of all kinds, 14.5 on the protected marine areas, and 14.7 on the sustainable fisheries. These best practices are initiated by the ministries of these countries in collaboration with some international and UN organizations like UN, EP, DP, ADB, World Bank, etc. For example, integrated management of the Sundarbans mangroves and the marine protected areas, such of no ground, Bangladesh in association with the GIZ or the Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar or Clean Coast Safe Sea campaign in India, which is a citizen-led campaign for improving ocean health through collective action of civil society, citizens and multi-ministries addressing plastic pollution after the single-use plastic ban or the Ba Atoll Biosphere Reserve Lagoon in Maldives, enclosing 75 smaller atolls and islets which are home to more than 12,000 people and are visited by the 50,000 tourists every year. Despite these various initiatives, there are some major challenges in achieving SDG 14. Targets like overfishing due to fisheries subsidies, which further leads to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing activities of distant water fleets that steal resources and security from coastal communities. Illicit operations are often connected to human trafficking and slavery at the sea, which also affect the most vulnerable coastal communities. There is a pollution of all the kind of, including plastic pollution. There is a lack of investment in SDG 14. In fact, it is the least funded SDG, weak governance system, and the lack of capacity building at the all level. So the challenges that are common to the SSWA region can be mainly categorized in 3 points. Lack of disaggregated data. This hamper policymakers to craft targeted interventions, because data is the lifeblood of decision making and the raw material for accountability. Marine pollution, increasing level of debris in the world's sea and the ocean is having a major and growing economic impact. Third, sustainable management and protection of the marine and coastal system. This is crucial to safeguard vulnerable species and ecosystem, conserve biodiversity, and avoid political conflicts between different users and activities. The availability and the quality of the data face several challenges that vary depending on local context, resource availability, and technical capacities. Here is a breakdown of the common challenges faced and what need to be done to address these challenges. Include financial constraints, limited technical capacity, fragmented in incomplete data, and weak legal framework. Cross-border issues and insufficient infrastructure further hinder data and availability, necessitating regional collaboration and international support to overcome these barriers. To ensure data availability, countries need to strengthen national statistical system, invest in monitoring infrastructure technology like remote sensing, and standardized data collection methods. Collaboration with international bodies for capacity building, funding, and technical support is crucial. Community-based monitoring and regional cooperation on shared ecosystem can be also improve data collection. Developed countries and international organizations could provide financial resources and technology transfer and capacity building program to help these countries. So countries can tackle marine pollution through a combination of regulatory, economic, technological, and community-based measures. First, they have to strengthen legislation on SUPs, microplastics, and other pollutants, enforcing penalties to help ensure compliance, adaptation of historic regulation to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on the plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. During UNIA 5.2, investing in efficient waste management system with proper waste segregation and recycling, using latest technology like sea bins and the interceptors, etc., penalizing polluting industries and the promoting organic and processing farming to address nutrient pollution. Community engagement, education, raising awareness, developing sustainable financing, practicing, encouraging regional global partnerships through UN bodies or conventions, strengthening cooperation between countries is vital, especially for areas like the open ocean where the judicial boundaries are unclear. Funding for research and innovation in the bioremediation techniques can be provided long-term solution for oil spills and heavy metal pollution. Governments and multilateral agencies can create attractive financing conditions by establishing effective and stable regulatory and policy environments to attract investment and funding, which can be utilized to build technical capacity, invest in data collection, stock assessments, and monitoring system to create evidence-based fishing policies and ensure effective management of fish stocks. Work on regional collaborations to address pollution from transboundary sources and develop common standards for coastal water quality, implement large-scale community-based restoration projects for mangroves, coral reefs, and seagrass beds that provide vital ecosystem services, including carbon sequestration, coastal protection and nursery habitats for the fish, promote eco-friendly aquaculture that balance economic productivity with minimum environmental impact, implement and promote ecotourism guidelines to minimize environmental footprints in fragile coastal areas, develop climate resilient infrastructure to protect coastal communities from the sea level rise, storms and other climate induced events, invest in early warning systems and preparedness plans that can help reduce vulnerability to climate related disasters, facilitate cross-border collaboration, share resource expertise and data on marine conservation efforts and the fisheries management. Update and harmonize enforcement mechanism to prevent illegal activities such as the IUU fishing and unstable, unsustainable tourism practice. So these are the questions for breakout session. These 3 questions identify what policies and regulatory frameworks are essential to building a sustainable blue economy that align with SDG 14 goals. The second, how can governments, communities, and the business collaborate to implement ecosystem-based approaches that contribute to restoring marine ecosystems and SDG 14 target? How can marine policies to adopted to address to implements of climate change on vulnerable ocean ecosystem, ensuring alignment with the SDG 14? So these are the recommendations. At the risk of repeating myself, I would again stress on regional cooperation. Countries in the South and Southwest Asia can benefit from enhanced regional cooperation to manage shared fish stocks, combat IUU fishing. These include harmonizing policies, sharing data, and the joint monitoring efforts. Countries have to invest in the national statistical systems to produce high quality, timely data for monitoring. This involves not only financial resources, but also require building capacity, modernizing infrastructure, and adopting international statistical standards. Through their certification of BBNJ agreement, member states can have the opportunity to strengthen ocean governance in areas beyond national jurisdiction, scale up engagement and the action through relevant intergovernmental instruments, frameworks and the bodies like the including regional sea programs, the coordinating body for the seas of the East Asia and the Northeast Pacific Action Plan, etc. Need to addressing the investment and financing gap by scaling up private sustainable financing, adopting sustainable blue economy finance principles that are the fundamental keystone to invest in the ocean economy and are the world's first global guiding framework to finance a sustainable blue economy developed by European Union, WWF, the World Resource Institute, and the European Investment Bank. Scientists and stakeholders from the diverse sectors should develop the scientific knowledge, latest technology, and the partnerships needed to accelerate and harness the advances in ocean science. To improve the robust engagement of the broader range of the stakeholders in the conservation and the sustainable use of marine and coastal resources, and in particularly ensuring the full and effective participation of indigenous people and local communities, women, girls, children, youth, and persons with disabilities. Oceans, seas, and coastal system provide invaluable support to the planet for food, security, transport, energy, tourism, many of most critical ecosystem services, including climate. Despite all these, they are degrading. We have to all come together and accelerate action by the mobilizing and the international and regional community and working in the spirit of collaboration and solidarity. So there are some of my latest contribution. I will especially mention the book of ecosystem-based adaptation, highlighting approaches to sustainable management of aquatic resources published by elsewhere. All these publications are available online if you want to access. So thank you very much for your support and your time. Thank you. Once again.
Thank you, Dr. Aravind Kumar. It is very insightful, details presentations. He covered all actually the comparison analysis of progress and developments of the countries in the region about this SDG goal 15 and progress and different program. Of course, according to him, that we are unavailability of data is very much limited in this area. He mentioned about challenges that we face, and also there are common challenges lack of data, marine pollution, and sustainable management and protections. Also, what are the solutions for these, and as well as his recommendations also discussed. We hope to continue this after breakthrough sessions. Let me hand over the floor to Mr. Manuel to continue the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Arvind Kumar, for that very comprehensive conversation because you have made it easier for me to provide a commentary on these issues. Later today, after your coffee break, you're going to be discussing separately into 3 different groups. So I have preferred to structure my commentary around these 3 issues that you will be discussing so that when you go into the smaller rooms, this can facilitate your dialogue. We will be having 3 sessions, one on ocean and climate synergies, another one on marine resources and fisheries, and the 3rd one on water pollution and plastics. So I want you to be mindful that this is the first SDG that we're reviewing in the past 2 days that is ecosystem specific. In the past SDGs, we have been talking about the social issues, the human issues, but this is the first one that's focused on one ecosystem. With that being said, we should see this conversation as a progressive dialogue and not something that is completely separate from what we had discussed earlier. And I will go into the details in these 3 separate observations. So the first one on ocean and climate. Especially since the publication of IPCC's report on the special report on the ocean and the cryosphere in the changing climate in 2019, there is no question about the science behind the relationship between the ocean and climate change. So there's a very strong connection. We have seen this in international negotiations such as the UNFCCC COPs, especially since Glasgow, where the Blue Dialogues were established. And we see that this is a very important issue for the region. This is not only something that affects remotely to small island development states in the Pacific, but also this is something that's going to have a tremendous impact in countries such as the Maldives, but also in continental countries like Bangladesh, as we're extremely vulnerable to sea level rise and extreme weather events that happened more frequently and more harshly. With this, take into account that the vulnerable groups that we have been discussing earlier, including women, children, peoples with disabilities, are going to be even more vulnerable to the different consequences of climate change. Think about the disaster preparedness, for example. The second point on marine resources, and specifically, you might want to dive into the conversation on fisheries. And we can analyze this at least from 2 angles. If you think about SDG 3 that we discussed yesterday on the value of fisheries for food security, for health and nutrition. This is a lifeline to coastal communities that rely on fisheries for their subsistence, but also think about it from the negative spillover, and I will use the term that we're using in the guiding questions. But there are traces of microplastics that have been found in the human bloodstream. So we can see how pollution, how marine resources end up being connected to SDG 3, whether we see it, whether it's very visible or not. So one of the comments that the distinguished delegate of India, Rika Kumar, made earlier on the language and the invitation to use gender neutral language, I will keep or reaffirm the same invitation when you go into fisheries, because one of the usual feedback that we get when we discuss this is that people come and report back to plenary and are only talking about fishermen. So let us remind ourselves that there's a lot of fisher women or fisher folk in the industry, and that they're particularly vulnerable. Think, for example, about the women that tend to fish within 250 meters from the coast. So they're even more vulnerable to the impacts of extreme weather events. That this is the area where they usually fish. So let's think about that. The other point is on the water pollution and plastics. So we're using the mundane term water pollution, but the technical term in the SDG 14.1 is actually eutrophication, which is in terms of nutrient pollution and how this affects coastal ecosystems. But this starts really on land. We see how even landlocked countries can be responsible for marine pollution. So this is not something that is exclusive of coastal communities or coastal countries, but also that starts on land. The issue on plastics, Dr. Kumar already mentioned the upcoming negotiations of the INC that will be meeting in Busan, South Korea at the end of this month. And we're really hopeful that this will be a strong negotiation, the final negotiation, before this legal instrument can be considered by member states. But I think that the general observation on what pollution, marine pollution, and water pollution means is I can observe a shift in the paradigm within one generation. When I was in college, and probably to most of us in this room, when we learn about marine pollution, we learn about oil spills and the Exxon Valdez and the Prestige, and very unfortunately, recently, that oil spill in Sri Lanka. And that's what pollution meant to us. However, if you ask someone young, and I think that we have a couple of youth delegates, so maybe I'll ask them later too. But if you ask them about marine pollution, they will tell you plastics. So within a generation, we have observed how the crisis of marine pollution has transformed. Not that one is better than the other one, but I think that the former was more rare and sporadic, whereas the latter is very present in our everyday life. So I think it's a crisis that must be addressed. And again, like I said, this is something that we probably all have in our bloodstream if we take blood samples right now. So with this broad commentary, I will stop, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and I really hope that this can facilitate the discussions later on. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Then, of course, this is we have to address extreme weather. Of course, you mentioned water pollutions, ocean pollution, marine pollutions. Like Sri Lanka, we face it's not actually domestic pollutions directly affect for the ocean pollutions, but internationally, should we address that problem? We have faced very different problems through the navigations pollutions that ocean has already affected in the area, like country like Sri Lanka, the island country like Sri Lanka. So I think in introductions, these two presenters, we can, yeah. Now we can go for forward for the breakout group discussions. I will hand over mic to the
Okay.
Makiko to introduce the group.
So everybody knows this now. So we will break out into three groups. The themes, as Manuel has, explained to us.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming in for the breakout group discussions. After that, with your conclusions, let me invite group number 1, moderator Ms. Aishat Saad, Deputy Director General, Minister of Housing, Land and Urban Development of Maldives. What do you, Aisha?
Either, whichever you.
we were so inspired by the previous group's group photo. We had to take a group photo of us. And I would like to welcome you to the coldest year you will experience in your lifetime if things doesn't change with goal 13, 14, 15. So we were a smaller group, so we had rich discussions from many countries that were both landlocked and has exposure to sea. And many of the challenges that were highlighted is that when we were talking about climate change and the water, it was not only, it was also consisting of oceans, coastal areas, but inland and mountainous water bodies, glaciers, upstream, downstream, floods, coastal erosion, how it's affecting the livelihood of the people, and seawater rise, salination, pollution, and deforestation, in water pollution, and also access to safe drinking water. So it was quite a wide range of areas that we were covering in the group. And what came across was the nature of vulnerability is changing, and how climate change is creating new vulnerable groups that are not traditionally classified as vulnerable, but these people are being vulnerable groups, and also accelerating some of the effects of it to the existing vulnerable groups, such as women and people with disabilities. And also loss of biodiversity, corals, and is caused by climate change, and it's a never ending and ever rising carbon emission that is the main player for the cause of these things. And ocean health continued to be negatively impacted by negative actions of local, national, and global levels in deep sea mining and unsustainable tourism and aquaculture practices. So it's not always those who are affected the most is causing the issues, are the cause of these effects mostly. And that was highlighted in the group discussion as well. And also what was highlighted was the limited capacity at national levels and the local levels that limit collaboration, and also to attend to these dire situations that are happening at the local ground, at the local level. But and also it was flagged about the addressing transboundary issues where we have glaciers in Bhutan were affecting the livelihoods of people, farmers in India. So they were having so much issues like water pollution, and these sudden new phenomenons, the climate change phenomenons we were experiencing were changing the way the people were living traditionally. So new climate, new diseases, new migration of new animals. So we could see all these things, and we really have to think of how this is affecting our livelihood and existence as well. About the possible solutions, we talked about building resilience at community levels, especially because the community is what is being bearing the brunt of these issues, and people in vulnerable situations, and providing relief for them for these causes were highlighted among the discussion. This included women, youth, people with disabilities who were already vulnerable are being placed in a more vulnerable situation due to climate change and its effects, as well as the lack of their involvement in decision making, and especially when it came to mitigation, adaptation measures, and policies were also highlighted. And undertaking environmental impact assessment surveys with this community's involvement, the input was better and the results were seen better with the local community being involved, and this and also at and national decision makers, a bottom-up approach was seen as more sustainable and worked more effectively. And also we talked about solutions of reverse mangrove loss and how we could have these mangroves and coral regenerated, and how this could be protecting our mitigating the negative impacts of climate change, and also raising awareness and sensitizing all people and trying to change the mindset at the community level to avoid contamination of water and harmful practices which they could do at the local level, and how they could impact how their actions could, the behavior change could be positively impacted, and finding indigenous solutions to most of the problems we were having. Also, what came up was very much was the promote ecosystem-based adaptation methods that we are using, and how this is going to be positively affected or mitigate the impact, and also taking some hard measures like regulating or obstructing tourism to have space for the natural environments to be growing and breathing. Also, global and regional cooperation to limit carbon emissions and to stop bleach of corals and biodiversity was talked about, and also how globally and regionally we could collaborate to transfer technology and trying innovation, using innovation to address global warming, and how we could use this in adaptation methods. And what came out strong was increase of financing at macro level to limit carbon emission, and also financing options to drive deforestation, combat deforestation, and factors to drive the temperature in the seas. So also we talked about how it is difficult to find financing, or how costly mitigation measures are compared to having adaptive infrastructure than just normal infrastructure. So people at risk have to spend more money even in infrastructures and also it is very difficult to finance fund financing these things. So that's all I had. Thank you very much for the team and all the participants for the rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishat, and also Group 1, those who contributed for the very insightful discussions. Of course, the Group 1 has already discussed issues about climate change and severe impact for water pollutions, new vulnerabilities group, and also biodiversity impact. Resources for, reason for ocean health weakening, national and local level limited focusing on issues. And also they have given the possible solutions during the discussions, resilience among local communities, underwater environment impact assessment, raising awareness within the communities, promote ecosystem-based adaptations. Those are very important for these issues. Thank you very much. And we will open during these discussions, we can discuss also further details about their possible solutions and the challenges and issues they discuss. Let me invite our moderator for Group 2, Dr. Sachiv Mendis, Director, Science, Technology and Innovation Sector, BIMSTEC Secretariat. Over to you, sir.
In the world, around 3 billion people, directly or indirectly, depend on the marine resources and fisheries sector, or it's nearly 40% of the global population. Now, this is a very, very important sector. It's as large, in our group discussion, they stated it's as large as the ocean itself, because I'm focusing on SDG 14, marine resources and fisheries. Now, several countries in the world, particularly in sub-Saharan region, about 0.5% of the GDP is contributed by the fisheries and ocean resources. And like SDIS, that's SIDS, small island developments, developing states, they contribute about 1.6% of the GDP. Now, some of the challenges that we confronted, challenges and issues, they like declining fish stock, rising temperatures, widespread pollution, destruction of coral reefs. Now, Maldivian gentleman stated that, particularly in Maldives and in island states, the destruction of coral reef can affect not only fisheries, but tourism as well. And then, of course, it leads to displacement of people and marine resources due to disasters. Now, when we talk about disasters, as the previous speaker from ESCAP stated, Mr. Manuel, that ultra large crude containers, they're about 400,000 to 500,000 tons, metric tons. If one of them sink, that will affect 1/6 of the ocean. So that means, in other words, if 6 of them sink at the same time, which is highly unlikely, that will perish, that will literally destroy ocean and marine life and livelihoods of so many people. So that's a danger which we had experienced. British Petroleum in 2010 and in Exxon Valdez in 1989, and of course 1991 Iraq conflict, Iraq war. And then, of course, another one, IUU, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. That also happens quite often. Now, the governments and the respective governments need to address with efficacy and with success in order to deter such IUU operations, particularly in the focus of fishing. Now, there are just conditions on shipping-related work. That means ship dismantling. Particularly, the Indian lady told that dismantling of ships in Gujarat, state of Gujarat, that's a state of course, I mean, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was the chief minister, Excellency Narendra Modi, and then in that particular state, dismantling had lost many of the jobs, livelihoods, and it had also led to environmental degradation and pollution. And then also marginalized population disproportionately affected. This means they cannot have access to loans or schemes or programs, and they just cannot have a decent livelihood. So this also has to be, this issue too has to be addressed with efficacy and with success using the law of the land. Next one, please. As I stated that the total loss of marine life and ocean life would be approximately US dollars 200 to 400 billion. So that's a very large amount for many countries. That's almost the GDP of a smaller state. And then the landlocked countries, like you have stated the landlocked countries achieving SDG 14 in alignment with UNCLOS. Now, a lot of people used to think, even some of the leaders, UNCLOS is for nations which are adjacent to the ocean, but even the landlocked countries, like there are 3 landlocked countries, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Bhutan, those countries also have the rights and have applicability of UNCLOS. And it's very important just to have better regulation of shipping related industries, and that to be regulated by the respective governments. Otherwise, it affects the livelihoods directly or indirectly of the people who are engaged, the communities who are engaged in fisheries and ocean related activities, including tourism. And in order to address these issues, it's important to undertake consultation bodies in order to have discussions, deliberations, and to negotiate with them, in just thus leading them just to have decent livelihoods. And finally, just bear in mind my group's particular subject matter, ocean resources and fisheries. This is extremely important, extremely vital, because as I stated in the first introduction, 3 billion people directly or indirectly engaged in this particular sector, be it fisheries, be it tourism, or be it any other activity with the ocean. So it is our duty to protect, nurture, and foster the ocean, because that covers 70% of the world, the ocean. And this is very, very important. And if we neglect it, for future generations will have to suffer, not only this generation. Thank you very much. And I thank the SCAP officer, Yusuke and Stephanie, and of course, Ms. Mikiko and my group for their suggestions, propositions, ideas, and their very sagacious comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mendes. The group to discuss on marine resources and fisheries. Of course, they discuss about the challenges about rising temperature, destruction of coral reefs, potential risks of ultra-large crude oil transport containers, illegal, unauthentic fishing system, also and possible solutions for enforcement of law enforcement, better regulations, and recognition of the role of international organizations. It's very insightful discussions. It seems that we will open the floor during the discussions to further discuss. Now let me invite Group 3 moderator on water pollutions and plastic, Ms. Preeti Soni, Head Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. We had very good discussions in the Group 3. The Group 3 focused on plastic pollution and on pollution and plastics. And this is very relevant because of the increasing levels of plastic reaching the oceans, as well as the pollution increasing caused by human impacts, and how they are really affecting the ocean ecosystems and in turn affecting the other ecosystems, human health and livelihood. So this was very important, and some of the challenges that were discussed in the group included, firstly, there is a lack of awareness of the impact that the pollution and the plastic can have on human health, on the health of the fisheries and marine resources, but also to the planet. What are the we also talked about lack of adequate research on effects of plastic pollution and lack of viable alternatives. If we don't use plastic, what can we use? Which grade of plastic we cannot use? What is the, what is a more effective way of using plastics? Or is there an alternative? And how can we use these alternatives? Are there technologies to convert them to different high value products? Or so that is a lack of information that needs to be made available. Third major challenge that we talked about was a gap in the data availability on pollution and their causes and the impact on humans and human health and on livelihoods and fisheries. This gap also hinders the achievement of SDG 14 in totality, because there's no way of monitoring it. And we really need tools to monitor these in the long run. There is also lack of governance. There are laws in place. For example, laws are ban on single-use plastics, ban on plastics, but the question is how to implement them effectively for really making an impact on the ground. We also talked about insufficient infrastructure, such as water, wastewater treatment plants, other alternatives, R&D and budget and financing going into the research and development for creating new alternatives, for reducing pollutions. This budgetary implications and the financing aspects came out quite often, and to actually underscore the importance of financing and their attribution to use of these budgetary allocations for R&D in a partnership mode that can create alternatives for all of us to use. and also to involve private sector, there are very few effective business models, and the knowledge or the information on these business models are not made available, or people don't have access to that, which makes their replication very difficult. There's also difficulties in effective implementation of regulatory restrictions, such as on plastic use, lack of collaboration and synergies between government initiatives and CSOs active in the area of environmental sustainability, and linkages with pollutions with other goals such as food security, this I've already mentioned, but there is a data gap, and the linkages between pollution and life below water is not really measured properly, and it's not, the aspects are not clearly understood, how it links with other goals like food security, health, maternal and child health, etc. Next, please. Now coming to some of the solutions. First solution, of course, it was related to awareness, is to promote recycling through awareness campaigns, through access to information, and also to promote recycling and wealth from waste initiatives. If we actually focus a lot on wealth from waste, then the business models become clearer. Secondly, grassroots level interventions needed for awareness generations among consumers are needed, and these can be focused upon. Lifestyle changes based on principle of reduce, reuse, and recycling is very important. So we talked about actually 4 R's. I've forgotten the 4th R, but it was reduce, recycle, reuse, and one more R. I think some of our team members would actually talk about that. We also, recover. We also talked about imposing tax and penalties for plastic usage, so making the regulatory enforcement more effective, using pricing tools such as carbon credits for disincentivizing use of plastics. So using the budgetary and regulatory methods and providing financial incentives to people, including innovators, to develop new tools and alternatives. Encourage waste segregation practices at the household, local community levels, institutional levels, and make more efforts to curb pollution at source. If we start from the source and take it to the high value, to segregation and high value production, then the whole life cycle can be as a business model. We also need sensitization on the loss of marine biodiversity and their effect on loss of livelihoods. Promote cheaper and sustainable alternatives like jute, bamboo-based products, agriculture-based products. Provide financial incentives such as subsidies for environment-friendly products. Adopt biodegradable alternatives and encourage people not to use plastics. Strengthen data systems on water pollution. Here, use of new technologies was also focused upon, especially AI-based systems to do monitoring of pollution in the oceans. That is a good tool that can be used more effectively, including machine learning and other emerging technologies, which can really make a difference on the monitoring. And if we can monitor better, we can regulate it better. We also talked about encouraging collaboration between government and CSOs for better synergy, private sector to be more sensitized, recycling technologies to be made part of energy transition and more effectively, so that when we are talking about net zero, we also talk about alternatives in the same breath. So it's not that we are looking at a trade-off between the two, both of them are going together. And lastly, we also talked about national and regional strategies such as South-South cooperation and technology sharing. There was a very important point made that there needs to be a platform where we can talk about collaboration specifically on plastics, and the policies have to be at the national level as well as the regional level, and that translates to a global level. So that synergy between the different levels should be made explicit and also viable so everybody can really look at effective methods for enforcement of these policies. So overall, we did talk about awareness, regulation with proper monitoring systems, financing, R&D, alternatives, technologies and technology transfer and partnerships for achievement of SDG 14. Thank you. I would also like to invite any of the other group members if I missed something to add on.
And thank you, Ms. Soni. It's very comprehensive. I think we can write a research paper based on the discussions. It's quite lengthy. And of course, they discuss about challenges, lack of awareness and harmful impact of use of plastic, lack of resource, research-based details, and what are the alternative for the plastic, a gap of educations, weak implementation of plastic ban regulations, necessary budget should be allocated from the government to for the waste management, recycling, and of course use of plastic. They have given solutions for the water pollutions and plastic, promote recycling, a lot of list, I think more than 20 points. I just grabbed a few of them: impose tax and penalties for the plastic usage, promote natural environment friendly and alternative containers instead of plastic containers and products, and also ban single-use plastic. Find solutions together which mitigate with the government and the private sector together, and also national and regional level strategies. Those are for the topic. I think now moderators, this presentations is over. Let me invite. Yes, of course, yes. First, we can see the our colleague behind, Mr. Shankar.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak. See, in group, Ms. Preeti, she mentioned about 3 R's. I want to add few more. Rethink, refuse, reduce, reuse, refurbish, repair, repurpose, recycle. Thank you.
How many are there?
I'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
So 5 additional more. I'll share it with you.
Yeah, thank you, please. And the next to you, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Imad from Maldives, and I just wanted to highlight some of the issues that we discussed in the group 2, which was not in the presentation, and because some of the adaptation issues, which solutions that we can do at the community level, we discussed in the group, like reef restoration, coral reef monitoring and surveying, and also using the technologies like drone technologies to monitor the coral reef, and also the management of marine protected areas and strengthening the legal system, which was discussed in the group. So I just wanted to add this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Yes, I think so. We will wrap up soon. I think if there is no any question from the audience, we can ask Dr. Kumar to talk about these 3 panel discussions outcomes, and also if you can give some answer for their question.
All 3 panels actually very comprehensive and covered almost all the good things, either is the pollution point of view or ecosystem point of view, or maybe the resources. So here I actually say something about the most of the problems are either geogenic or created by human being. So the answer would be the technology, the nature-based solution or maybe the science-based solutions. So most of the there, somebody say about the 9 hour, but there are 12 hours. So recycle circular by approach should be taken so that we can take care of the biodiversity loss because of the climate change, because of the human intervention, geogenic, anthropogenic, or maybe others. So in all three groups, actually most of the things are covered, and a message to all of the participant or maybe the country participant or so work in a cooperation. So means cooperation, coordination, conversation to sensitize, incentivize, and galvanize. This is the message, and if we work together, because most of the things, because of the transboundary issues, because of other issues, technical issues, or maybe, so why not we work together? Why not we think to work? Because we, after all, this nature resource, ocean means you are putting everything in the ocean. So not only the people who are dependent on ocean, other people are also polluting the ocean, and from the source where the pollution come from, and all goes to the ocean. So we should need a approach of I think the circular approach. I am also with the GPML since 2018. So there is a lot of good discussion around the world, but most of it there, the only thing is that when the stakeholder means multi-stakeholder should come up and work together, and there is a need of finance as well. So sustainable financing, because we need the private sector as well. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Now, Mr. Manuel, you want to add something for?
Yeah, very briefly, I just want to say that I'm very impressed because I was in one of the breakout sessions and I was very happy to see a very engaged audience with very, clear commitment to address these issues. So it felt that the ideas are already there, that we know what the solutions can be or look like. So I think it's just about how we transform this into normative actions to really address the challenges of SDG 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you want to add anything? Dr. Mendes? Okay. So I think all are now a bit tired. So long day. You want to add?
Family photo. And for everybody, thank you so much for staying with us all day. Tomorrow we have our last day and last SDG session with a few side events starting at 9 o'clock again. So if you could come before that, 8:45, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. So people on the dais.
Thank you.
Everybody. Yes. Thank you. No, you were really great. No, but tomorrow I'm going to give you the floor.
Yeah,
at
just
the closing. So
let
you
me,
can-
yeah, because I mean, I had to change the whole speech, but I start quick, word by word. Let's try and spruce up.